Hey there! Tonight, we're stepping into the world of ancient Greece, a place of gods, prophecies, and heroes whose names still echo through time. A land where glory on the battlefield was sought as fiercely as life itself. This is the story of Achilles, the greatest warrior of the Greeks. Born of a mortal father and a sea goddess mother, he was destined for both greatness and tragedy. Swift-footed, fierce, and nearly invincible, his tale is one of rage, loyalty, love, and loss. A story that has outlived empires. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's always strangely comforting to see who else is out there, drifting off to the same quiet story. So, dim the lights. Let the calm settle in. Close your eyes. And let's begin with the tale of Achilles. The story of Achilles, the most formidable warrior of Greek legend, begins long before he set foot on the battlefield of Troy. In fact, it begins before he himself even existed, at a wedding that changed the course of history. Now, you might expect the wedding of a mortal king and a sea goddess to be something of a serene, romantic affair. White robes, garlands of flowers, perhaps a gentle ocean breeze wafting across the guests. In truth, it was anything but peaceful. Like most Greek gatherings of note, it was destined to be dramatic, tangled with prophecy, jealousy, and the subtle whisper of doom. The mortal in question was Peleus, king of the Myrmidons. The Myrmidons, if you recall, were said to be a hardy people created from ants by Zeus himself. Yes, ants. There's a cheerful image. A kingdom of diligent little creatures, transformed into men, industrious and loyal. Peleus himself was respectable enough, though not the kind of man to have songs composed about him on his own merits. He was a figure of the background, rather like an actor in a play who appears mainly to usher on the real star. But fate and the gods had other plans for him. The bride was Thetis, a Nereid, one of 50 sea nymphs, daughters of the wise old sea god Nereus. Thetis was not just beautiful, as one would expect of a sea goddess, but also powerful, shape-shifting, and mysterious. She had, at one point, caught the attention of Zeus himself, and also Poseidon, the tempestuous god of the sea. Both were eager to have her, and you might say that's quite a problem for a maiden to have. Two of the most powerful Olympians fighting over you. But before Thetis could be swept into divine entanglements, the ever-present voice of prophecy intervened. It was foretold, and the Greeks always had a prophecy lurking somewhere in the corner, that Thetis would bear a son greater than his father. For Zeus, this was hardly encouraging news. He had a long-standing habit of overthrowing his own predecessors, and the last thing he wanted was a child destined to overthrow him. Having faced his share of familial coups, he wisely backed away. Poseidon, too, decided to keep his distance. Instead, the gods decreed that Thetis should marry a mortal, thereby diminishing the threat of her offspring becoming a divine usurper. And so, Peleus, solid and unremarkable though he was chosen. Now, Thetis did not take kindly to the arrangement. Gods and goddesses, after all, were not often in the habit of accepting marital assignments as though they were pawns in a celestial chess game. She resisted Peleus, quite literally, by changing her form to escape him. In one story, she became fire, water, wind, even a wild animal in an effort to slip through his grasp. Imagine, if you will, a mortal king wrestling with a lioness one moment, then a rushing stream the next. It sounds rather exhausting, though perhaps excellent exercise. Eventually, however, Peleus held fast long enough to win her unwilling hand. In myth, persistence was often rewarded, though by modern standards one might say Thetis had every right to be irritated. Their wedding, orchestrated by the gods themselves, was no ordinary union. The Olympians gathered in splendour. Hera and Athena were there, Apollo and Artemis, and of course Zeus in his lofty majesty. The table was laid with ambrosia and nectar, food and drink that would never spoil, a symbol of eternal life. The muses sang and lyres chimed. By all accounts it should have been a joyous day. And yet, there is always that one guest who spoils the mood. In this case, the uninvited guest was Eris, goddess of discord. She had been deliberately excluded, for reasons that will strike anyone who has ever planned a wedding as perfectly sensible. Why invite the goddess of arguments to your big day? But Eris was not the sort to accept rejection gracefully. She appeared at the feast anyway and tossed onto the table a small golden apple inscribed with 3 simple words, "To the fairest." Now, you and I might smile at this, thinking it a harmless prank. But among the Olympian goddesses, beauty was no laughing matter. Hera, queen of the gods, immediately claimed the apple. Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, insisted it was hers. Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, laughed at the other two and took it up herself. And so began the quarrel that would in due course ignite the Trojan War. This moment, though it might seem only tangential to Achilles' story, is central. It illustrates the Greek belief that the grandest wars could be sparked by the pettiest disputes. It also shows us the deep intertwining of human lives with divine squabbles. Peleus and Thetis' wedding, meant to secure peace and avert prophecy, became instead the birthplace of discord. Fate, in Greek thought, had a habit of laughing at human plans. And so, amid music, laughter, and the simmering argument of 3 goddesses, Achilles' story began. He had not yet drawn breath, but already the wheel of destiny was turning. It is worth pausing here to consider the cultural context. Weddings in ancient Greece were not only private unions but political events, binding families and securing alliances. The union of Peleus and Thetis symbolized far more than a love story. It represented the gods' interference in mortal affairs, their habit of shaping destinies to their own designs. And yet, as with so many Greek myths, the very effort to prevent danger ended up ensuring it. In trying to stop a child from surpassing his father, the gods created a hero whose fame would eclipse even their own stories. Thetis, as a mother-to-be, surely knew her child would not live an ordinary life. Some sources suggest she was deeply unhappy with her marriage and returned often to the sea, leaving Peleus to his own devices. Yet from their union would come Achilles, destined to be both the mightiest and the most tragic of heroes. His dual heritage, mortal and divine, encapsulated the Greek fascination with liminality. Heroes existed between worlds, not entirely God, not entirely man, but straddling the fragile line between greatness and mortality. And while we speak of beginnings, let us not overlook that curious little apple of discord. That simple fruit, casually tossed, has had more ink spilled about it than most kingdoms ever earned. It reminds us of the Greek tendency to explain vast events with small causes. To the ancient mind, the Trojan War did not begin merely with politics or trade disputes, but with an apple and 3 vain goddesses. It is the sort of explanation that makes the world feel at once more whimsical and more inevitable. In the quiet glow of that wedding feast, as the gods bickered and mortals looked on nervously, one could almost sense the threads of history tightening. Achilles had not yet been born, but the world was already making room for him. His name would echo across centuries, his deeds immortalized in song and story. Yet his origin lay here, in a union arranged by fearful gods, in a reluctant bride subdued by prophecy, and in a celebration spoiled by discord. So the stage was set. A mortal king, a sea goddess, an apple of gold, and a quarrel that would bring about the downfall of Troy. From such beginnings came Achilles, swift-footed, lion-hearted, fated both for glory and for doom. And as you listen, perhaps with your eyelids heavy, consider the irony of it all. That the greatest warrior in myth was, in essence, the child of a wedding gone wrong. A reminder perhaps that destiny often hides in the most ordinary of places. A feast, a quarrel, a single apple shining in the torchlight. Achilles, though not yet born, was already tangled in the threads of destiny. His mother Thetis carried him beneath her heart, with the full knowledge that her child was no ordinary one, for she had heard the prophecy whispered, as all mothers in Greek myth seem to have heard. Her son would be greater than his father, a man of unmatched strength and speed, but doomed to live either a short, glorious life, or a long, obscure one. And so she resolved to do what any protective mother might do, though her methods, I must say, were rather less conventional than modern parenting advice would recommend. Thetis wanted her child to be immortal, and who can blame her? If one could save a child from pain, injury, and the cruel hand of death, would one not try? Yet the Greeks, ever fond of irony, believed that such efforts to outrun fate only bound one tighter to it. Still, Thetis tried. The most famous tale is the one you probably know. She took the infant Achilles and dipped him into the dark waters of the river Styx. The Styx was no gentle stream. It was the river that wound through the underworld itself, a boundary between the land of the living and the dead. To swear an oath by the Styx was the most binding of promises, feared even by the gods, who risked dreadful consequences should they break it. Into this grim current, Thetis plunged her son, holding him firmly by the heel. The water licked at his tiny body, searing away his mortality, rendering him invulnerable. All, that is, except the one spot where Thetis's fingers gripped him, the heel. And so it was that the term Achilles' heel came into being, though the ancients themselves never used the phrase in the casual way we do today. For them, it was not a metaphor, but a literal vulnerability. To us, it is a reminder of how even the strongest among us bear a hidden weakness. I dare say, if Thetis had thought to wear gloves, or give the boy a quick turn in the water, history might have been rather different. But then again, perhaps not. Fate has a way of finding the crack in the armour, however small. Now, there are other versions of this story, because Greek myth was never content with one tidy account. In some tellings, Thetis tried to burn away Achilles' mortal parts. At night, she placed him in the fire to consume his human weakness, and by day she anointed him with ambrosia, food of the gods. Peleus, coming upon this strange ritual, cried out in horror and stopped her. In this version, she was interrupted before her work was done, leaving Achilles still partly mortal. Whichever tale you prefer, the point is the same. Thetis sought to cheat mortality, but could not. Achilles would always carry within him that single point of weakness. And perhaps that is precisely what made him so human. For what is a hero if not a being who walks the knife's edge between power and fragility? Let us linger for a moment on the symbolism. The Greeks believed that invulnerability was not the natural state of mankind. To be mortal was to be vulnerable, to live always in the shadow of death. Even the gods themselves were not entirely immune to pain. Ares could be wounded in battle, Aphrodite could bleed. Thetis's attempt to make Achilles wholly immortal was, in a sense, an affront to the natural order. And the natural order has a way of correcting such affronts. Thus Achilles was made nearly perfect, but not quite. And it was in that tiny imperfection that his destiny lay. Achilles grew quickly, as heroes often do in myth. He was bright, vigorous, and restless, a child who could not be contained within the walls of his father's palace. Peleus, recognizing the extraordinary nature of his son, entrusted him to the care of Chiron, the wise centaur. Chiron was no ordinary centaur. While most of his kind were depicted as wild, unruly creatures given to drunken revels, Chiron was gentle, learned, and noble. He was the tutor of many great heroes, Jason, Heracles, and later even Asclepius, the healer. To be raised by Chiron was to receive the best education the ancient world could imagine. On the slopes of Mount Pelion, in a cave fragrant with herbs, Achilles learned his lessons. He was taught to play the lyre, for music was as essential to a Greek gentleman as combat. He learned the healing properties of plants, a knowledge that would later prove valuable on the battlefield. He learned hunting to track deer and boar, and the art of medicine to dress wounds and set bones. And of course, he learned the arts of war, how to hurl a spear with unerring aim, how to run with the speed of the wind, how to wield shield and sword. The Greeks believed that a true hero must be balanced in both mind and body. To be merely strong was not enough. One must also be skilled in speech, in song, and in thought. And so Achilles, beneath Chiron's care, became not only swift of foot, but also clever, cultured, and articulate. Later poets would praise his eloquence as much as his speed. One might imagine the young Achilles, golden-haired and bright-eyed, racing along the mountain paths, his laughter echoing among the trees. Or perhaps sitting cross-legged in Chiron's cave, plucking at the lyre strings as the centaur corrected his fingerings with surprising gentleness. These early years shaped him into more than just a warrior. They made him a man who could inspire loyalty, who could command respect, who could feel as deeply as he fought fiercely. It is said that during these lessons, Thetis never ceased to worry for him. Prophecy still whispered in her ears, reminding her that her son was fated either to live long in obscurity or to die young in glory. Which would she prefer for him? It is a cruel choice for a mother, and one which no amount of dipping or burning could erase. This dilemma reflects a central theme in Greek thought. The tension between kleos, glory, fame remembered after death, and bios, the simple life, lived quietly and long. Achilles, from the very beginning, embodied this choice. To seek greatness was to court doom. To avoid doom was to fade into obscurity. And in Greek culture, obscurity was itself a kind of death. Better, they thought, to blaze briefly like a torch than to smoulder endlessly like damp wood. And so, Achilles was raised to be a blazing torch. Chiron's lessons honed his body and sharpened his mind. Thetis' efforts hardened his skin. Peleus, for his part, ensured that the boy was treated as a prince, destined for command. Every influence, every whisper of fate, every drop of immortal blood pressed him toward greatness. But even as Achilles thrived, the world around him stirred with the rumblings of war. The golden apple cast at his parents' wedding still rolled, figuratively speaking, toward Troy. The gods had begun to maneuver. Paris was living in luxury with Helen, and the Greeks were muttering of revenge. Though Achilles was still a youth, the storm clouds of his destiny gathered on the horizon. For now, though, let us pause with the image of Achilles in his childhood. He is invulnerable, save for his heel. He is brilliant, restless, eager. He is taught by a centaur, cherished by a goddess, prepared for a fate he cannot yet imagine. These were the making years, the shaping years, when the boy was forged into the man who would one day stride across the plain of Troy like a force of nature. And as you drift deeper into sleep, perhaps you may reflect on the curious balance of it all. A mother's love, a centaur's wisdom, a prophecy's shadow. From such things heroes are born. And in Achilles, all the contradictions of humanity, strength and weakness, glory and doom, love and rage, were woven into a single life. Achilles, though trained and nurtured on Mount Pelion, could never remain a boy forever. Childhood, even for demigods, has a way of slipping swiftly into youth, and youth, in the ancient world, was merely the waiting room for destiny. The world beyond his mountain lessons was stirring restlessly. The gods were whispering their intrigues, and the threads of fate were tightening around him. His mother Thetis, however, was not ready to surrender her son to prophecy. Thetis had always been a difficult goddess to thwart. She was not merely concerned with Achilles' safety, she was obsessed by it. The prophecy haunted her. Achilles would live either a long, quiet life or a brief, glorious one. And while some mothers might sigh and say, well, let him decide for himself when he's older, Thetis was not one of those mothers. She resolved instead to take matters into her own hands, and, if necessary, into her own divine tricks. One of her first acts was to send Achilles away from Peleus' court and back into her world of water and magic. Some versions of the story suggest she returned him to the sea for a time, where he was raised among the daughters of Nereus, learning the mysteries of the waves. Others place him firmly back with Chiron on Pelion, where the boy continued to learn everything from medicine to martial arts. Either way, these early years are presented as a strange mixture of freedom and confinement. Achilles was being trained, prepared, shaped, but also shielded, tucked away from the gaze of men who might seek to draw him into their wars. Thetis, ever the strategist, knew the greatest threat looming was the Trojan War. She had seen enough of gods and men to know it was inevitable. And so, when Achilles reached adolescence, she devised a most unusual hiding place for him. She disguised him as a girl. Now, I will pause here for a moment, because you may be picturing the mighty Achilles, future slayer of Hector, strapping on a dress and slippers. It sounds almost like the plot of a comedy, and in some ways the Greeks themselves treated it with a hint of humour. But in their world, disguise and deception were common themes, and cross-dressing heroes were not entirely unheard of. After all, Heracles once donned women's clothing while serving Queen Omphale. Achilles, then, was not doing anything unheard of, though one suspects he wasn't thrilled about it. Thetis hid her son on the island of Skyros in the court of King Lycomedes. There, among the king's daughters, Achilles lived disguised as one of the maidens. His hair was long, his robes were fine, and he was kept from the eyes of those who might recruit him to war. It was, in Thetis's mind, the perfect ruse. If no one could find him, he could never be dragged to Troy. Of course, destiny has a way of peering through disguises. Achilles may have looked the part, but by all accounts, his behaviour betrayed him. He was not particularly skilled at embroidery, for one thing. He grew restless with weaving and spinning, preferring to sneak away to practice swordplay with sticks. His voice, deepening with age, did little to help the charade. Still, for a time, the deception held. He lived in that curious limbo of adolescence, half hidden, half revealed, destined yet delayed. It was during this period that he fathered a child, Neoptolemus, with Deidamia, one of Lycomedes' daughters. The boy would later play a crucial role in the fall of Troy, a reminder that even Achilles' time in hiding only fed into the wider web of fate. His attempt to escape destiny, ironically, created yet another thread binding him to it. Meanwhile, across the Aegean, the winds of war were strengthening. Paris had stolen Helen from Menelaus, and the kings of Greece were rallying to reclaim her. The greatest heroes were being summoned: Odysseus, Diomedes, Ajax. And yet the Greeks knew they could not succeed without Achilles. Prophecy declared he would be the key to victory, and so the leaders sent envoys to seek him. Enter Odysseus, the wiliest of them all. If anyone could sniff out a disguised warrior, it was he. Odysseus devised a simple but clever trick. Disguised as a travelling merchant, he arrived at the court of Lycomedes, bringing with him a collection of gifts for the maidens. Among silks and jewels and trinkets, he laid out a fine assortment of weapons: a sword, a shield, a spear. The girls, as expected, crowded eagerly around the jewellery, but one maiden drifted instead toward the gleaming blade. Achilles, without thinking, picked up the sword, testing its weight with the familiarity of a true warrior. Odysseus smiled. The disguise had crumbled in an instant. Achilles was revealed. Thetis, seeing the ruse uncovered, must have wept. She had tried fire, water, disguise, and distance, but nothing could alter what was written. Achilles would go to war. He would fight, and he would die young. Here again we find the Greek fascination with fate. No matter how many detours one took, the destination remained the same. Thetis's efforts were not foolish. They were the desperate acts of a mother, but they were doomed. Achilles' path had been etched in the cosmos, and all she had done was delay the inevitable. Now, to place this in historical context, it's important to recognize how the Greeks viewed disguise and revelation. The story of Achilles on Skyros is not simply a comic interlude. It is a meditation on identity. In their culture, to know someone's true nature was of supreme importance. A man might wear a mask, but his essence could never be hidden for long. Achilles, despite robes and ribbons, was unmistakably a warrior. His very spirit betrayed him. This episode also reflects the Greek concern with gender roles. To them, masculinity was tied closely to martial prowess, femininity to domestic skill. Achilles, ill at ease with the loom, was always destined for the sword. The tale reinforces the cultural idea that one cannot escape one's nature, however hard one tries. For Achilles, the episode at Skyros was his last taste of concealment. From then on, he belonged to the world of war. Odysseus, having revealed him, led him to the Greek host. The boy who had once plucked a lyre under Chiron's guidance, who had been dipped in the Styx by a desperate mother, now took up arms with the greatest warriors of his age. Yet, it is worth noting that Achilles was not merely dragged into war unwillingly. Once revealed, he embraced his role. Prophecy had promised him a choice, obscurity or glory, and Achilles, true to the heroic code of his culture, chose glory. Better, he thought, to live a short life remembered forever than a long life forgotten. It was the creed of the hero, and it would guide his every action. So, we leave him here, standing on the threshold of destiny. He has been hidden, revealed, and claimed. He has fathered a son, tested his disguise, and embraced his nature. The boy has become a young man, and the young man is ready for war. And as you rest, listening to this tale in the quiet of night, perhaps you may reflect on how even the greatest among us sometimes try to hide from who they are. Achilles wore women's clothes, played the part, even lived a life. But in the end, his essence betrayed him. One cannot flee forever from one's own nature. And perhaps that is the lesson of this chapter. That destiny, like truth, has a way of shining through even the finest disguise. The disguise was gone, the charade finished. Achilles had been revealed for what he was, not a maiden in hiding, but the brightest warrior of his generation. And now, with destiny uncoiled, he stood ready to join the greatest military venture the Greeks had ever undertaken. The Trojan War was, in many respects, less about Helen and more about pride. That's the uncomfortable truth the poets often skirt delicately around. Menelaus wanted his wife back, yes, but Agamemnon, his brother, wanted something much larger. He sought glory, prestige, and dominion. The Greeks did not simply march for love, they marched for honour. And in that culture, honour was worth more than gold. Achilles, still a youth, found himself swept up in this tide. And what a tide it was. The Greek forces gathering at Aulis numbered in the hundreds of ships, each loaded with men, provisions and weapons. It was said to be the largest host ever assembled by mortals. Think of it as the Bronze Age equivalent of a world war. Every notable king, prince and adventurer flocked to the cause. Ajax the Great, towering like a mountain. Diomedes, sharp as a spear point. Menelaus, nursing his wounded pride. Odysseus, sly and sceptical. And at their head, Agamemnon, commanding with more authority than charm. And among them, Achilles stood out. Though young, he was already marked as the finest warrior. His very presence seemed to lend the army a promise of victory. The bards would later sing that without Achilles, Troy could never fall. With him, the Greeks believed themselves unstoppable. But first, they had to set sail. And here, the Greeks encountered their first difficulty. The winds, or rather the lack of them. For reasons the poets never fail to remind us, the goddess Artemis was displeased with Agamemnon. Some say he had insulted her, boasting of his skill in hunting beyond even hers. Others claim it was the bloodlust of the gathering army that offended her. Either way, she stilled the winds, stranding the fleet at Aulis. Now, the Greeks were nothing if not practical. When confronted with divine interference, they did not shrug and wait politely. They consulted seers. And the seers declared that the only way to appease Artemis was for Agamemnon to sacrifice his daughter, Iphigenia. A chilling solution, to be sure. The story varies. In some versions, Agamemnon went through with the deed. In others, Artemis whisked the girl away at the last moment, replacing her with a deer. Either way, the winds eventually returned, and the fleet sailed on. For Achilles, this episode must have been instructive. He would have seen very early how fragile human life was in the face of divine whims. Even kings, even children, could be pawns in the games of gods. The lesson would not be lost on him, for Achilles himself was to become both pawn and player in the divine drama of Troy. Once the winds blew true, the fleet surged across the Aegean. Picture it. Hundreds of ships with black prows cutting through the waters, the sound of oars rising and falling in unison, the cries of men singing sea songs to keep rhythm, and among them Achilles, impatient for battle. He had been trained all his life for this. No disguise now, no loom or spindle, only sword, spear, and shield. The first stop was not Troy itself, but the coastlands along the way. Greek armies rarely marched directly upon their target. They raided as they went, gathering supplies and sating their thirst for plunder. It was here that Achilles began to forge his reputation. Time and again, he led raids against islands and towns, his speed and ferocity unmatched. The poets often describe him as a lion among men, and in these early battles, that image was born. By the time the Greeks reached Troy, Achilles was already a figure of awe. He had taken captives, claimed treasure, and demonstrated a skill in war that made even the older kings wary of him. Yet he was also young, perhaps no more than 18 or 19, and with youth came pride, quick temper, and a sense of invulnerability. The Trojans, for their part, were no mere rabble awaiting slaughter. Troy was a city of immense wealth and power, its walls famed as the work of the gods themselves. Its leader, King Priam, was wise and venerable, while his son Hector was every bit Achilles' equal in nobility and courage. The war, everyone knew, would not be swift, and indeed it was not. The Greek fleet anchored on the Trojan shore, and the siege began. For 9 years the armies fought, not in a constant clash, but in raids, skirmishes, and duels. It was less a single battle than a grinding war of attrition. Towns allied with Troy were sacked, supplies stolen, fields burned. Between moments of combat, long stretches of stalemate endured. Achilles thrived in this environment. His raids became legendary. Wherever he struck, the Trojans trembled. He captured women of noble birth, among them Briseis, who would later become central to his story. He brought back spoils and glory in abundance, and his name spread far beyond the battlefield. Already songs were sung of him, not merely as a warrior, but as a near divine force. And yet, alongside the glory, there were hints of the tensions to come. Achilles' pride grew as quickly as his fame. He knew he was the best, and he made little effort to hide it. Agamemnon, meanwhile, resented the way this young warrior threatened his authority. It is a tale as old as leadership itself. The king versus the champion. Authority versus excellence. And in the Greek camp, that rivalry simmered. Here, it's worth pausing to consider the Greek concept of kleos. Glory, the everlasting fame won through deeds in battle. For Achilles, Kleos was everything. He had already embraced his destiny, choosing a short life of renown over a long life of obscurity. Every raid, every duel, every captured city was a step closer to immortality in song. It was not simply war for him, it was a quest for permanence. The irony, of course, is that this very pursuit would also sow the seeds of his greatest conflicts. The gods, meanwhile, watched with amusement. The Trojan War was never merely a human struggle. Hera and Athena sided with the Greeks, their animosity toward Paris and Troy unrelenting. Aphrodite, of course, supported Paris, having been the one to grant him Helen in that fateful judgment. Zeus, as usual, tried to play both sides, though he leaned toward Troy at times. And poor mortals, like chess pieces, were moved, sacrificed, and rearranged on the board of destiny. Achilles, though mortal, was not exempt from divine interference. His mother Thetis still hovered near, ever anxious, ever protective. She would emerge again and again in his story, often to plead with gods on his behalf, to shield him where she could. But she, too, knew that even her influence had limits. Fate was inexorable. By the end of the war's early years, Achilles had become indispensable to the Greek cause. Without him, their raids faltered. With him, they triumphed. The soldiers adored him, sang of him, and feared him in equal measure. His presence was both inspiration and intimidation. The Trojans learned quickly to dread the sight of his armour on the field, gleaming like bronze fire in the sunlight. And so, Achilles entered fully into the cycle of the heroic age, the young warrior at the peak of his strength, undefeated, unstoppable, his reputation swelling like the sails that had carried him to Troy. Yet beneath the surface, cracks were forming. In his pride, in his relationship with Agamemnon, in the delicate balance between glory and disaster. For wars are not merely fought with spears, they are fought with egos. And Achilles' ego was as sharp and dangerous as any blade he carried. As you close your eyes tonight, you may imagine those ships at anchor, their black hulls rocking gently on the shore of Troy, the campfires flickering, men telling tales of home or sharpening weapons. And somewhere in that camp, Achilles sits, restless, glorious, untouchable, not yet knowing that the greatest battles he will fight are not against the Trojans, but against pride, wrath, and the inexorable hand of fate. The Greek host had been at Troy for nearly a decade, and tempers were beginning to fray. 9 years of raids, 9 years of sieges, 9 years of living in tents far from home. It does something to a man's patience. Kings and warriors who once feasted together now eyed each other with suspicion. And at the centre of this simmering cauldron stood 2 men who could not have been less suited to coexist peacefully: Agamemnon and Achilles. Agamemnon, the so-called king of men, had authority, wealth, and seniority. But he also had an ego the size of a Trojan wall. He believed himself the unquestioned leader of the expedition, and woe betide anyone who forgot it. Achilles, by contrast, was young, fiery, and every bit as proud. Unlike Agamemnon, however, Achilles had actual ability to back up his pride. And therein lay the problem. The quarrel began, as many quarrels in Homer do, with a woman. Chryseis, daughter of Chryses, a Trojan priest of Apollo, had been taken as a war prize by Agamemnon. Such things were not unusual in that brutal age. Captives were the spoils of victory, tokens of honour distributed among warriors. But this particular captive had a powerful father who was less than pleased. Chryses approached Agamemnon with ransom in hand, offering wealth in exchange for his daughter's release. In Greek custom, this was perfectly acceptable. To refuse ransom was to court dishonour. But Agamemnon, in a fit of arrogance, not only refused but insulted the priest, driving him away with harsh words. Big mistake. Chryses prayed to Apollo, who wasted no time in answering. The god loosed plague upon the Greek camp. Day after day, men fell ill, dying in droves, until the stench of death hung heavy in the air. The Greeks, desperate, called a council to decide how to appease Apollo. Calchas, the seer, reluctantly explained the truth. Chryseis must be returned without ransom if the plague was to end. Agamemnon, furious at being shamed, reluctantly agreed. But in typical Agamemnon fashion, he could not let the matter end there. He declared, in front of the entire host, that if he must give up his prize, he would take another. From someone else, anyone else, even Achilles. Now, imagine Achilles in this moment. He, the greatest warrior alive, publicly threatened by Agamemnon's blustering. Pride wounded, temper flaring, he could not let it pass. Words flew like spears across the council. Achilles accused Agamemnon of being greedy, dishonourable, unworthy of leadership. Agamemnon, never one to lose a shouting contest, retorted with venom, belittling Achilles and questioning his loyalty. It escalated quickly. At one point, Achilles nearly drew his sword to cut down Agamemnon then and there. He was restrained only by Athena herself, who appeared invisibly, grabbing him by the hair and whispering reason into his ear. To be fair, it's not every day a goddess interrupts you mid-tantrum. So Achilles swallowed his rage, but only barely. The council ended with Agamemnon fulfilling his threat. When Chryseis was returned, he seized Briseis, the woman awarded to Achilles, as compensation. It was a calculated insult, designed to wound Achilles' honour, and wound him it did. Here we must pause to appreciate the cultural context. In our modern eyes, this quarrel over women as war prizes may seem grotesque, but in the Greek heroic code, these women symbolised honour. To lose one was not merely personal, it was a public shaming, a statement that one's worth as a warrior had been diminished. For Achilles, who valued Kleos above all, the insult was intolerable. So, Achilles did the one thing no one expected. He withdrew from battle. He declared he would fight no more for the Greeks. He returned to his tent, sulking in wrath, refusing to lift his spear. His absence was like removing the linchpin from a wheel. The Greeks, suddenly without their fiercest warrior, found themselves faltering. But Achilles did more than sulk. He went down to the shore and prayed to his mother Thetis. Kneeling by the surf, he poured out his anger. He begged her to intervene with Zeus himself, king of the gods, and tilt the scales in Troy's favour. If the Greeks suffered, he argued, they would realise how desperately they depended on him. Thetis, sorrowing for her son, agreed. She ascended to Olympus and clasped Zeus by the knees, a gesture of supplication in Greek culture. Reluctantly, Zeus promised to grant her request. From that moment, the tide of war shifted. The Trojans began to push the Greeks back, emboldened by the absence of their greatest foe. This quarrel, then, was not merely a private squabble. It was a seismic rift that altered the course of the entire war. It revealed, too, the Achilles paradox. The Greeks could not win without him, but they could not endure his pride either. He was both their greatest asset and their greatest liability. For nearly a book's worth of the Iliad, Achilles remained absent, nursing his wounded honour. Meanwhile, the Trojans surged. Hector, Prince of Troy, grew into his own legend, leading his people with courage. The Greeks, battered and bloodied, began to despair. All because two men, one old and pompous, the other young and fiery, could not share the same stage without clashing. Here lies one of Homer's enduring insights. Wars are not only fought on battlefields, but in egos. The clash between Agamemnon and Achilles is, at its heart, a clash of pride. Neither man could bend, neither could yield, and thousands paid the price. Now, lest this seem too heavy for bedtime, let us sprinkle in a touch of humour. One imagines the ordinary Greek foot soldier, coughing in the plague, shivering in the cold, staring at two of the most powerful men alive and thinking, really? All this because you couldn't share? But such was the age of heroes, egos inflated to the size of Olympus itself, with consequences just as monumental. Achilles' wrath, in fact, is the very theme of the Iliad. The poem begins not with the fall of Troy, nor even with Helen's abduction, but with the words, "Sing, O Muse, the anger of Achilles." His wrath is the engine of the story, the force that drives events toward both destruction and catharsis. And here, in this quarrel, that wrath first ignites. For Achilles, the episode also marks a turning point in his character. Until now, he has been the untouchable golden boy, swift, strong, triumphant in every raid. But here, we see his vulnerability. His pride, his need for recognition, his inability to endure insult. These are cracks in the armour. His heel, if you like, though not the famous one. For Agamemnon, the quarrel reveals his own insecurities. Despite being commander, he resented Achilles' glory. In lashing out, he exposed himself as petty and short-sighted. The Greeks followed him because of obligation, not admiration. He wore the crown, but not the respect. And so, the Greek camp divided. Morale plummeted, the Trojans advanced, and the gods, as ever, watched with glee. Hera and Athena fumed at Zeus's partiality to Thetis's request, while Apollo, already fond of Troy, continued to lend his aid. The battlefield became not just a clash of men, but of divine allegiances. Meanwhile, Achilles sat in his tent, brooding. One imagines him strumming his lyre, for yes, even the fiercest warriors of Greece were known to pluck a tune, singing songs of heroes past, while outside his fellow Greeks bled. It is an almost comic image, the greatest warrior of his age sulking with his harp, while the fate of nations wavered. And yet it underscores the immense weight of his absence. The quarrel, unresolved, would fester until it erupted in tragedy. But that belongs to later chapters. For now, it is enough to note that this was no mere lovers' spat. It was the moment when Achilles stepped out of the battle, and in doing so became the fulcrum upon which the entire war balanced. As you drift towards sleep, consider this. Sometimes the greatest conflicts are not between nations or armies, but within ourselves. Pride against humility, wrath against patience. Achilles, mighty though he was, could not master his own anger. And in that failure, the fate of thousands was sealed. Achilles remained in his tent. Days turned to weeks, weeks to months, and still he refused to fight. It was a silence louder than the clang of any spear. The Greek army, once confident with Achilles at its head, began to crumble without him. The Trojans, sensing opportunity, pressed harder. Hector, noble prince of Troy, became the hero of the hour. With Achilles out of the picture, Hector strode across the battlefield like a storm, rallying his men and driving the Greeks back toward their ships. The war, which had dragged on in stalemate, now shifted dangerously. For the Greeks, it was humiliating. For the Trojans, exhilarating. For Achilles, sitting on the shore, strumming his lyre, it was oddly satisfying. Yes, Achilles wanted the Greeks to suffer. Not because he wished for Troy's victory per se, but because he wanted Agamemnon to taste humiliation. If the Greek bled, if they begged, if they realized they could not win without him, then perhaps his wounded pride would be avenged. It is a strange sort of justice, sulking on an epic scale, but such was the logic of Homeric honour. Now, this might be a good moment to picture the ordinary soldier again. He has marched for years, endured plague, missed his family, and now, just when the Trojans are pressing hardest, the greatest warrior alive is sitting in a tent refusing to help, because of an insult. One can imagine the muttered curses around the campfire, but Achilles did not bend. He remained immovable, convinced that his wrath was justified. The cost was heavy. The Trojans advanced all the way to the Greek ships, those black-prowed vessels that had carried the army across the Aegean. To lose the ships was to lose everything, and so the Greeks fought desperately to protect them. At one point, Hector set fire to a ship, and flames began licking at the timbers. Panic surged. The proud host of Agamemnon teetered on the brink of annihilation. And here, at last, another figure stepped forward. Patroclus. Patroclus is one of the most fascinating characters in this saga. He was Achilles' closest companion, his confidant, his other self. The precise nature of their bond has been debated endlessly. Some traditions present them as dear friends, comrades bound by shared experience. Others, particularly later interpretations, suggest a romantic love. The ancient Greeks themselves were not always clear on the matter. What is certain is that they were inseparable, and that Patroclus held a calming influence over Achilles that no other could. Seeing the Greeks on the brink of destruction, Patroclus could bear it no longer. He went to Achilles' tent and begged him, "If you will not fight yourself, at least lend me your armour. Let me wear your gleaming bronze, take the Myrmidons into battle, and rally the men." The Trojans, seeing what they believe is Achilles returned, will falter. The Greeks will be saved. It was a bold plan, and Achilles, after some hesitation, agreed, but he set conditions. Patroclus was to drive the Trojans back from the ships, yes, but under no circumstances was he to press on to the walls of Troy. That, Achilles declared, was not his fight to win. And so, armed in the armour of the greatest warrior alive, Patroclus strode into battle. The effect was electric. The Trojans, seeing what they thought was Achilles, panicked. Their advance wavered, their courage faltered. Patroclus drove them back with a fury, cutting down foes left and right, until the flames on the ships were quenched, and the Greeks rallied. The Myrmidons, long idle in their tents, roared with renewed vigour. But battle is a dangerous intoxicant. Patroclus, tasting the heady thrill of victory, forgot Achilles' warning. Carried away by the momentum, he pursued the Trojans all the way to the walls of Troy. And there, fate awaited. At the gates, Patroclus met Hector. The prince of Troy, seeing this Achilles, who had shattered his assault, engaged him in single combat. With the help of Apollo, who struck Patroclus from behind, Hector delivered the fatal blow. Patroclus fell, his body claimed by the Trojans. his spirit slipping into Hades. When the truth was revealed, that it was not Achilles but Patroclus who had fallen, the grief was unimaginable. Achilles, upon hearing the news, was undone. His wrath, which had burned so hot against Agamemnon, now turned inward, consuming him with sorrow and guilt. He had refused to fight, and in his absence, his dearest companion had died wearing his armour. If there was ever a moment when the unbreakable warrior cracked, it was here. The Iliad describes his grief in searing detail. The weeping, the tearing of hair, the rolling in dust, the cries of anguish that shook the camp. It was not merely mourning, it was devastation. In Achilles' lament, we see another side of him. Not the invincible warrior, not the sulking hero, but the man who loved and lost. For all his strength, he was helpless before grief. The death of Patroclus marks the true turning point for the war. Achilles' wrath, once directed at Agamemnon, now found a new and deadly target, Hector. Nothing, not even fate, would keep Achilles from vengeance. His return to battle was assured, and when he returned, it would be with a fury unlike anything the world had seen. Now, stepping back, it is worth considering how the Greeks saw this moment. For them, Patroclus represented more than a companion. He was the moral counterbalance to Achilles. Where Achilles was prideful, Patroclus was compassionate. Where Achilles sulked, Patroclus acted. His death was not only a personal tragedy, it was the spark that reignited Achilles' purpose. The Greeks understood this as a lesson in balance. No hero can stand alone, untempered by friendship or counsel. Without Patroclus, Achilles' unchecked wrath would become catastrophic. It is also a reminder of the fragility of life in the heroic age. Patroclus was no minor figure. He was trained alongside Achilles, fought bravely, and for a moment carried the hopes of the entire army. Yet he fell, as all mortals must. The gods could toy with fate, but in the end, mortality was inescapable. Hector's slaying of Patroclus, too, carried weight. Though Hector was noble, his killing of Patroclus would seal his doom. For in striking down Achilles' other half, he unwittingly bound himself to destruction. It is one of those tragic ironies the Greeks loved. Hector's greatest victory was also the beginning of his end. And so, we leave this chapter on the cusp of vengeance. Achilles, broken by grief, will rise again, no longer sulking, no longer bound by quarrels over pride. He will re-enter the battlefield not for glory, not for honour, but for love, or rather, for the vengeance love demands. And when Achilles fights for vengeance, the very earth will tremble. As you drift towards sleep, perhaps reflect on this. Even the mightiest heroes are nothing without those they hold dear. Achilles, invincible in body, was undone not by spear or sword, but by the death of a friend. In his grief, we glimpse his humanity. And in that humanity, strangely enough, he becomes immortal in our memory. Achilles had been absent from the fighting for so long that many wondered if he would ever return. But the death of Patroclus changed everything. Grief has a strange alchemy. It can weaken, hollowing out the heart, or it can harden, sharpening sorrow into a blade. For Achilles, it did both. He was broken, but his brokenness made him terrible. The first sign of his return was not a clash of swords, but a wail, a cry so piercing that it echoed across the battlefield. The Trojans, who had just triumphed over Patroclus, heard it and froze. Homer tells us that the sound was not human, or at least not merely human. It was a cry that carried something divine, for Achilles was more than man. The goddess Thetis had given birth to him. His blood sang with the sea, and when he howled his grief, it was as if the ocean itself raged with him. The Trojans shuddered. Some even stumbled back from the ships, their courage faltering at the sound alone. Achilles had not yet lifted a spear, but his very presence had shifted the balance. Yet Achilles himself was not ready to fight. He had no armour. The fine bronze that once gleamed upon his shoulders now lay on Hector, who had stripped it from Patroclus's body as a trophy. Imagine the insult. His dearest companion slain while wearing his own armour, and that armour now flaunted by his greatest enemy. To a man of less pride, it would have been unbearable. To Achilles, it was an outrage of cosmic proportions. The gods, of course, took an interest. His mother Thetis, grieving with him, rose from the sea to comfort her son. She promised him new armour fit for vengeance. And so she ascended to the forge of Hephaestus, god of fire and metalwork, to request a gift. What the smith produced was not merely armour, but a work of art. A shield etched with images of the cosmos, constellations, cities at peace and war, fields where men toiled and women danced. It was less a piece of equipment than a statement of existence itself, as though Achilles carried the whole world upon his arm. One imagines the Trojans catching a glimpse of it, wondering if they were not about to face a man, but the embodiment of fate. Before he returned to battle, Achilles did something extraordinary. He called an assembly and made peace with Agamemnon. After all the sulking, the insults, the quarrels over Briseis, now that Patroclus was dead, those grievances seemed hollow. Agamemnon, for his part, offered a formal apology, insisting that his insult had been the work of madness sent by Zeus, which, one might note, is a rather convenient excuse, but a handy one in Homeric politics. The point was not sincerity, but restoration. With Achilles reconciled, the Greek host was whole again, but reconciliation did not soften him. On the contrary, Achilles seemed almost inhuman in his grief. When he swore vengeance on Hector, it was with an intensity that frightened even his allies. He declared openly that he knew his fate. To kill Hector would be to seal his own doom, for the oracles had long foretold that Achilles' life would end soon after Hector's. Yet he did not care. Better a short life filled with glory and vengeance, he proclaimed, than a long one empty of honour. Here was the essence of the heroic code, distilled to its most fatal purity. Life measured not in years, but in the brilliance of deeds. The battle that followed was nothing short of carnage. Achilles stormed into the fray like a force of nature. The Trojans fell before him in droves, their champions unable to withstand his fury. Homer spares no detail in describing the slaughter. Spears through throats, swords across bellies, men begging for mercy and receiving none. Achilles was relentless, merciless. He even defiled the river Scamander, driving so many corpses into its waters that the river god himself rose in anger, flooding the plain to wash the blood away. But even a river could not stop him. Aided by Hephaestus' fire, Achilles pressed on, unstoppable. It is at this point that one must pause and ask, what precisely had Achilles become? A hero, yes, but something darker too. His grief had hollowed out his humanity, leaving only wrath. He killed not just to win, but to punish, to avenge, to make the very earth pay for his pain. There is a strange unease in these passages of the Iliad, as if Homer himself recognized the danger of a man consumed entirely by rage. Achilles was magnificent, but also monstrous. And then came the climax, the duel with Hector. The scene is unforgettable. Hector, Prince of Troy, stood outside the Scaean gate, awaiting his foe. His father Priam and mother Hecuba begged him to retreat inside the walls, to defend Troy from within. But Hector refused. His honour demanded he face Achilles openly, even if it meant death. When Achilles approached, gleaming like a star, Hector's courage faltered. For a moment, fear overcame him, and he ran. Yes, the noble Hector, famed for his bravery, turned and fled around the walls of Troy. 3 times he circled the city, Achilles in pursuit, the gods watching as if from the gallery of an amphitheatre. It was a chase not of men, but of destiny. Finally, Athena tricked Hector into stopping, promising him aid, only to vanish at the last moment. Deceived, Hector faced Achilles alone. The duel was swift. Hector fought bravely, but he was no match. Achilles drove his spear into Hector's neck, sparing the windpipe so he might still speak. And in his dying breath, Hector begged for his body to be returned to his family, that the Trojans might bury him with honour. But Achilles, blinded by rage, refused. He swore that Hector's corpse would be left for dogs and vultures. It was a chilling cruelty. Even in death, Hector was denied dignity. Achilles lashed the body to his chariot and dragged it through the dust before the walls of Troy, a spectacle of humiliation for all to see. The Trojans wailed from the ramparts. Priam tore his hair. Hecuba beat her breast. Their beloved son, their defender, was desecrated before their eyes. Here, perhaps, we glimpse the cost of unchecked wrath. Achilles had achieved his vengeance, but in doing so, he had stripped himself of mercy. What began as love for Patroclus had curdled into a cruelty that horrified even his comrades. Some Greek soldiers turned away, uneasy at the sight. This was not the justice of a hero, but the savagery of a man consumed. And yet, paradoxically, it is this very moment that made Achilles immortal in story. His duel with Hector was the centerpiece of the Trojan War, retold for centuries, painted on vases, etched in verse. The Greeks admired his might, even as they feared his excess. It is one of those paradoxes at the heart of myth. The same act that reveals a man's greatness also reveals his flaw. The gods themselves were divided. Zeus pitied Hector, while Hera supported Achilles. Even Apollo, who had aided Hector, wept at the cruelty of his fate. But none could overturn destiny. Achilles had fulfilled it, and in doing so, he had set his own end in motion. What strikes the modern reader, and perhaps the weary listener drifting towards slumber, is the sheer humanity of this tale. Achilles, for all his semi-divine blood, was not a god. He was flawed, wounded, wrathful. He mourned, he raged, he overreached. And yet, in all this, he was unforgettable. Perhaps that is why we still speak his name. Not because he was perfect, but because he was painfully, dangerously human. And so chapter 7 closes on a sombre note. Hector slain, Achilles triumphant, but Troy still standing, and the war not yet ended. Victory, if we can call it that, came at a terrible cost. The hero had returned, but in his return, he revealed both the splendour and the horror of human passion unleashed. As you drift off, picture the plain of Troy at dusk. The dust settled, the cries fading, the body of Hector dragged behind a chariot. A scene at once glorious and tragic, the very essence of epic. The dust of Hector's death had barely settled when the Greeks realised Achilles' wrath was far from spent. He had killed Hector, yes, but vengeance is a greedy master. It seldom feels satisfied after one act. Achilles, still burning with grief, dragged Hector's body day after day around the tomb of Patroclus, tethered to his chariot as if the dead man were still an enemy to be humiliated. It was a display both theatrical and grotesque. The gods, watching from Olympus, grew uneasy. They had permitted Hector's death. It was written into the fabric of destiny. But this desecration was something else. Funeral rites were sacred to the Greeks. To deny a man burial was to deny him peace in the afterlife. Even ordinary soldiers were afforded the dignity of cremation and honour. To abuse Hector's corpse was to break a boundary older than the war itself. Apollo, the god who had once aided Hector, could not bear it. He wrapped Hector's body in a divine shroud of protection, ensuring that no matter how often Achilles dragged him across the plain, the flesh remained unbroken, the features unspoiled. One can almost picture Achilles' frustration at this, every morning inspecting his enemy's body, expecting decay, and finding it untouched, as if mocking him. Meanwhile, inside Troy, grief poured like floodwaters. Priam, king of the city, was undone. This was not merely the loss of a warrior, but the loss of his son, the one who had been Troy's defender, its shield against the Greek tide. Priam had watched many of his children die, but Hector was different. Hector was the heir, the pride of the house, the man who might have carried Troy's legacy into another generation. Now he lay at the mercy of a grieving Greek. It was then that the gods intervened in earnest. Zeus, perhaps weary of watching mortals perpetually ruin one another, summoned Thetis. "Go to your son," he commanded, "and tell him it is time." He must release Hector's body. Thetis, ever dutiful, returned to Achilles. She reminded him that even heroes must bow to divine will. Reluctantly, he agreed, though reluctantly is putting it mildly. One imagines Achilles grinding his teeth, muttering that the gods always seem to side with his enemies. Still, obedience was wise. One does not defy Zeus lightly, unless one fancies a thunderbolt to the chest. So it was arranged. Priam would come in secret to ransom Hector's body. And here begins one of the most extraordinary encounters in myth. Picture the scene. Priam, the aged king, slipping out of Troy under cover of night. Not in shining armour, not at the head of an army, but humble, vulnerable, with only a single charioteer to guide him. Hermes, ever the patron of travellers, disguised himself as a youth, and led Priam safely through the Greek camp. One imagines the gods watching with interest, as though this were the climax of some great theatre piece. At last, Priam reached the hut of Achilles. The warrior sat there still, brooding in the glow of the fire, his grief like a shadow draped over him. Into this hut walked the old king, trembling with both fear and resolve. He clasped Achilles by the knees, the ancient gesture of supplication, and kissed his hands, the very hands that had slain his son. It is hard to overstate the power of this moment. Achilles, the most feared warrior of Greece, confronted not by another soldier, but by a father. Priam spoke words that pierced him to the core. Remember your own father, Achilles. Think of him in his old age. Think of how you would feel if he lost you, as I have lost my Hector. That was the key. Not threats, not bribes, not appeals to honour, but the reminder that Achilles too was a son, that even he was bound by ties of family and love. For all his rage, Achilles could not ignore the image of his own father Peleus, waiting far away in fear, yearning for a son who would never return. The great warrior wept, Priam wept. Two enemies, bound together by grief, sat face to face and shared the oldest truth of human existence, that love makes us vulnerable and loss makes us kin. Homer, in describing this, seems to soften his entire epic. The rhythm slows, the violence recedes, and what fills the space is empathy. This is no longer about Greeks and Trojans, gods and heroes, but about fathers and sons, about the fragile humanity that even warriors cannot escape. Achilles rose and gently lifted Hector's body. He washed it, anointed it with oil, and wrapped it in linen, treating it with the dignity he had long denied. He ordered his men to prepare it for return, and he even granted Priam a truce. 12 days, during which the Trojans could hold a proper funeral for their fallen prince. One almost forgets that this is the same Achilles who, a chapter ago, dragged the same body through the dust. Grief had made him cruel, but grief also opened the door to compassion. It is as though by meeting Priam, Achilles remembered himself, not just a warrior, but a man, a son, a human. Now let us pause for some context. In Greek culture, funerary rites were sacred obligations. To leave a body unburied was to condemn the soul to wander the underworld without rest. This belief is echoed in countless myths. Think of Antigone, who risked death to bury her brother, or Odysseus, who encounters restless spirits demanding proper rites. That Achilles would finally allow Hector's burial was not just an act of kindness, but a restoration of cosmic order. Balance briefly was restored, and what of Priam's bravery? It is easy to overlook how extraordinary his act was. To walk unarmed into the camp of his enemies, to kneel before the man who had killed his son, was not weakness, but strength of the highest kind. The Greeks admired such courage, and even Homer, who spends much of his epic praising warriors, pauses here to praise the quiet heroism of an old man's love. The funeral itself was magnificent. Troy gathered to honour Hector. Women wailed, tearing their hair. Men carried the bier with solemn dignity. Cassandra, Hector's sister, sang a lament so piercing it was said to echo across the walls. Andromache, his wife, mourned her husband, lamenting not only her loss, but the doom awaiting their young son. Hecuba, his mother, tore at her breast, crying for the child she had nursed. And Priam, the king, stood hollow-eyed, his grief so vast it seemed to eclipse even the city. The Trojans lit the pyre, and Hector's body was burned with due honour. His ashes were gathered, placed in a golden urn, and buried beneath a cairn of stones. All Troy wept, for with Hector's death, the city's fate was sealed. Without him, Troy was vulnerable, and though it would take some time, its fall was now inevitable. And so the Iliad ends. Not with the fall of Troy, not with the death of Achilles, but with Hector's funeral. It is a curious choice, and a brilliant one. Homer understood that wars do not truly end with walls breached or cities burned, but with funerals, with the grief that lingers long after the swords are sheathed. For Achilles, this moment was both reprieve and reminder. He had achieved vengeance, but vengeance had not healed him. It had only deepened his sorrow. By releasing Hector, he released a part of himself too, the part that still remembered compassion, the part that still saw his father's face in the eyes of another man. Perhaps this is why the story of Achilles continues to resonate. He was mighty, yes, but he was also wounded, fragile, contradictory. He was capable of cruelty and of kindness, often within the same breath. In him we see the spectrum of humanity, magnified to heroic scale. And if one is listening to this story while drifting towards sleep, it is worth holding on to that softer note. For though Achilles' fate still waits, his own death is near, and Troy's ruin nearer still, for a brief moment in a quiet hut lit by firelight, two enemies found peace. It is a reminder that even in the darkest wars, even in the most sorrowful grief, compassion is not lost. It can return, however briefly, to remind us that beneath the armour, beneath the titles, beneath the rage, we are all merely human. For so long, Achilles had seemed untouchable. He strode across the battlefield like a living storm, cutting down Trojans by the dozens, their bravest champions no match for his fury. Yet everyone knew, Achilles himself knew, that his days were numbered. He had chosen this fate long ago, when he turned from the chance of a long, quiet life to seize short-lived glory instead. Glory he had in abundance, but the bill was coming due. The gods as ever played their part. They had granted Achilles his vengeance against Hector, but the balance of fate could not be delayed forever. For one does not slaughter so many without drawing divine attention. And, in the Greek imagination, divine attention was rarely favourable. The more one achieved, the more the gods grew restless, suspicious, eager to remind mortals of their place. Achilles' death is curiously absent from Homer's Iliad. The poem ends with Hector's funeral, as though the bard wished to leave Achilles frozen in that moment of compassion. But later traditions filled in the tale, drawing from the Aethiopis, a lost epic once attributed to Octinus of Miletus, as well as later tragedians and mythographers. From these sources, we piece together the final act of his life. It began, as such things often do, with new enemies. The Trojans were not yet defeated, and reinforcements came to their aid. Among them was Memnon, king of the Ethiopians, a mighty warrior said to be the son of the dawn goddess, Eos. Memnon's arrival brought a shimmer of exotic grandeur to the war. His armour, forged by Hephaestus himself, gleamed with divine radiance. His people were fierce, his presence formidable. Achilles met him in battle, and once again the plain of Troy became the stage for a duel of champions. The two clashed, bronze ringing against bronze, each blow echoing like thunder. For a time they seemed evenly matched, Achilles with his unstoppable fury, Memnon with his celestial strength. But as always, fate leaned toward the Greek. Achilles slew Memnon, piercing him full, and as the Ethiopian king fell, his mother Eos wept, filling the dawn with her grief. The Greeks may have rejoiced at the victory, but the world itself mourned the passing of yet another noble warrior. Not long after came an even greater challenge, the arrival of Penthesilea, queen of the Amazons. Ah, the Amazons, those warrior women who so fascinated the Greeks, embodying both admiration and unease. To the Greek mind, women who fought like men were both marvellous and disturbing, challenging the neat order of the world. Penthesilea came to aid Troy, her spear flashing with deadly precision. She cut down many Greeks, her beauty and ferocity alike drawing the eyes of all. Achilles faced her too, and once again he triumphed. But this victory was strangely different. As Penthesilea lay dying, Achilles looked upon her face, and according to some versions, felt a pang of something unexpected, admiration, perhaps even desire. The poets hint that he fell in love with her in the moment of her death, struck by the tragic beauty of an enemy warrior cut down too soon. It is one of those curious, unsettling details that make Greek myth so human. Even in the midst of bloodshed, Achilles could be touched by tenderness. And then came the end. Paris, the much maligned prince of Troy, stepped into the tale once more. Paris, who had caused this whole war by carrying off Helen, was not the bravest of warriors. His reputation was more lover than fighter. But even the less glorious have their part to play in destiny. Aided by Apollo, Paris loosed an arrow. Guided by divine hand, it struck Achilles in his one vulnerable spot, the heel. Now, whether Achilles actually had a literal Achilles heel is a point of mythological debate. Homer makes no mention of it. The detail seems to have grown later, likely inspired by the story of Thetis dipping her son in the river Styx, holding him by the ankle so that one spot remained untouched by its magic. To the Greeks, this became a powerful metaphor. Even the greatest hero had his weakness. For us, it has endured as a phrase in everyday language, our Achilles heel, the hidden flaw that undoes us. However it happened, Achilles fell. The arrow pierced him, and the mightiest of the Greeks collapsed upon the plain of Troy. One imagines the shock that rippled through the armies. The invincible warrior, the terror of Trojans, slain not by a glorious duel, but by a single, well-aimed shaft. There is something almost cruel in its simplicity. His comrades rushed to his side. Some accounts say Ajax the Greater carried his body back to the ships, fending off Trojans who sought to seize it. Others say Odysseus helped too, though Ajax always insisted the burden was his. In either case, Achilles did not lie abandoned. The Greeks, who had so often quarrelled among themselves, united in grief for their fallen champion. And then came the question of his armour. The magnificent set forged by Hephaestus, gleaming with the cosmos itself, could not be buried with him. Such a treasure was too valuable, too symbolic. Who, then, would inherit it? Ajax claimed it by right. He was, after all, the strongest after Achilles, the bulwark of the Greek line, the man who had lifted the body of their hero from the field. But Odysseus, wily and persuasive, argued otherwise. He claimed his cunning, his eloquence, his service to the Greeks made him the more deserving heir. The Greeks debated, and, perhaps unsurprisingly, chose Odysseus. For Ajax, this was a humiliation too great to bear. He had shed blood, saved comrades, stood unyielding in battle, only to be passed over for the silver-tongued strategist. His pride shattered. In a fit of madness, driven either by divine spite or the unbearable weight of dishonour, he turned his rage upon himself. Some say he tried to kill his fellow Greeks, only to be deceived into slaughtering cattle instead. When he awoke from his frenzy and saw what he had done, shame overwhelmed him. He fell upon his own sword, ending his life. Thus, Achilles' death claimed not only himself, but the noblest of his comrades. The Greeks mourned Achilles with all the splendour they could muster. His body was cremated, his ashes placed in a golden urn, mingled with those of Patroclus. It was a final gesture of their unbreakable bond, two companions united in life and in death, their remains entwined as their fates had been. On the shores of Troy, a great mound was raised, visible from the sea, so that future generations of sailors could point and say, "There lies Achilles, the greatest of the Greeks. In later tales, Achilles did not rest easily. Some said he dwelt in the White Island, Luke, across the sea, living a shadow life in a kind of heroic afterworld. Others imagined him as a restless spirit, appearing in ghostly form to demand sacrifices before the Greeks could sail home. In tragedy, his shade even appears to demand the death of Polyxena, daughter of Priam, as an offering. Death had not dulled his appetite for honour, and yet, for all this, Achilles became more than a man. He became a symbol. To the Greeks, he embodied the heroic paradox, the pursuit of glory, even at the cost of life. His story was sung in meadows, inscribed on vases, echoed in theatres. Alexander the Great himself carried a copy of the Iliad, seeking to model his own life on Achilles. For us, listening centuries later, his death still resonates. Perhaps it is the reminder that no one, however mighty, escapes mortality. Or perhaps it is the strange humanity in it all. The wrath, the grief, the fleeting tenderness, the stubborn pride. Achilles was larger than life, yes, but also fragile, undone by a single wound. And so, as the night deepens and the story winds toward its close, imagine the plain of Troy once more. The fires flicker, the ashes rise, the mound grows upon the shore. Somewhere across the sea, Thetis weeps for her son, even as his name begins its long journey into legend. Achilles is gone, but Achilles endures. Ah, and so we come to it at last, the famous heel. You may have heard the phrase Achilles' heel tossed around in daily life, perhaps in reference to someone's weakness for chocolate cake, or an inability to resist spending too much on holiday souvenirs. Yet, for the Greeks, this heel was rather more serious. It was the small, fatal flaw in a man who otherwise seemed untouchable. And in Greek myth, one tiny vulnerability is all it ever takes to bring even the greatest hero tumbling down. The story of Achilles' death is not actually told in Homer's Iliad. Strange, isn't it? The great epic poem, which we might think of as the Achilles story, does not include his death at all. Instead, Homer ends with the funeral of Hector, long before Achilles himself meets his own fate. The details of how Achilles died come from later sources, such as the Aethiopis, a lost epic attributed to Arctinus of Miletus, and various retellings by later poets and tragedians. This, in a way, makes Achilles even more mythic, for his death is scattered in fragments, told and retold, with variations depending on who is doing the telling. The most widely accepted version, of course, involves Paris, that most reluctant of warriors, who was far better known for his charm and good looks than his martial prowess. Paris, with the help of Apollo, fires an arrow that strikes Achilles in his vulnerable heel. Some traditions say Paris aimed deliberately, guided by the gods. Others suggest it was pure chance, the sort of lucky shot that every underdog dreams of making. In either case, down fell the mightiest warrior of the Greeks, undone not by a mighty duel or a clash with a god, but by one tiny weak spot. It almost poetic, really. A gentle reminder from mythology that no one is invincible, no matter how shining their armour or how glorious their deeds. Now why the heel? Some say it was because Thetis had dipped him into the river Styx as an infant, holding him by that one heel which remained untouched by the magical waters. Others argue that the story of the heel was a later invention, added to explain the proverb that grew around his name. In Homer, Achilles is certainly vulnerable, but there's no mention of a heel at all. He is mortal after all, and destined to die, no matter where the arrow might strike. But humans, as ever, enjoy specifics. And so the heel became the symbol of his one fatal flaw, his tiny yet decisive weakness. When Achilles fell, it sent shockwaves through the Greek camp. Imagine the morale, the very warrior who had seemed unstoppable, who had cut down Hector and terrified the Trojans, suddenly laid low. If Achilles could die, what chance did anyone else have? The Greeks, of course, continued to fight, but something shifted. The war dragged on, and the inevitability of mortality became impossible to ignore. Then came the question of his armour. Ah, the armour of Achilles, forged by none other than Hephaestus himself, decorated with the intricate shield that contained a vision of the world. Who would inherit such a prize? Two men stood foremost in the claim: Ajax, the great hawking warrior, and Odysseus, the cunning tactician. One represented brute strength and straightforward honour, the other cleverness and strategy. In the end, the armour was awarded to Odysseus, a decision that drove Ajax into despair and eventually to madness and death. In this way, Achilles' passing not only shifted the tide of war, but also set in motion a series of tragedies among his comrades. And then, of course, there was the question of burial. The Greeks were deeply concerned with funerary rites. To leave a body dishonoured or unburied was considered a terrible fate, depriving the soul of peace in the afterlife. For Achilles, the funeral was a grand affair, with the sacrifices of animals, games in his honour, and perhaps even human captives. A grim reminder of the practices of the time. Some stories suggest that Achilles was cremated, his ashes mingled with those of Patroclus, forever binding the two companions together, whether we interpret them as dearest friends, brothers in arms, or lovers. This final act speaks volumes about the bond they shared. The legacy of Achilles stretches far beyond his death on the battlefield. For the Greeks, he embodied the ultimate paradox of the hero: glorious yet doomed, powerful yet vulnerable, immortalized in story but mortal in life. He became the very symbol of the heroic ideal, the pursuit of kleos, or eternal glory, even at the cost of a short life. In many ways, Achilles represents the Greek view of mortality itself. Death comes for everyone, even the strongest. But through great deeds, one might achieve a kind of immortality in memory. Historically, Achilles was venerated as more than just a storybook figure. The Greeks actually worshipped him as a hero, with shrines and cults dedicated to him. On the island of Leuce, in the Black Sea, a sanctuary was said to honour Achilles, where sailors would stop to offer sacrifices for safe passage. Even Alexander the Great, centuries later, was fascinated by Achilles, seeing himself as a new incarnation of the hero. Alexander is said to have visited Achilles' supposed tomb at Troy, laying a wreath upon it and aspiring to live up to his example. It is a telling detail. Even for the greatest conqueror in history, Achilles remained a model to emulate. In literature, the legacy of Achilles only grew. From Homer's epics to Roman poets like Statius, from medieval retellings to modern adaptations, he continues to appear as both a paragon of martial strength and a tragic figure. In some later works, particularly in the Roman tradition, Achilles is softened or reimagined, given more depth or different motivations. In others, his rage and pride are emphasized, serving as warnings of the dangers of unchecked anger. And in our own age, Achilles is everywhere. His name adorns films, novels, operas, and even sports teams. The phrase Achilles' heel has slipped into everyday language, no longer just about warriors and gods, but about office politics, personal habits, and, dare I say, late-night snacking. The hero's story has been retold in forms ranging from children's books to philosophical treatises. Some modern authors reinterpret him as a symbol of queer love, drawing on the closeness of his relationship with Patroclus. Others emphasize his defiance of fate, his choice to embrace glory despite knowing it would mean an early death. What is so striking is that Achilles never quite leaves us. His tale speaks to something universal, the tension between strength and fragility, between destiny and choice. We admire his bravery, we pity his sorrow, we shake our heads at his stubborn pride, and we cannot help but feel the sting of his loss. He is both larger than life and utterly human, which is precisely why he endures. And so, as we close this long and winding tale of Achilles, from the wedding of Peleus and Thetis to the shot that felled him, we are left with a hero who is at once victorious and defeated, divine and mortal, remembered and mourned. The Greeks, ever wise in their storytelling, remind us that greatness is not measured by how long we live, but by the mark we leave upon the world. Achilles chose glory over obscurity, and in so doing secured a kind of immortality that no arrow could ever take away. And perhaps, if you are lying awake, listening to this tale, you too may consider what it means to live well, even if briefly, and to be remembered with honour, however small your battlefield may be. Though let's hope, for all our sakes, that your own Achilles' heel is nothing more dangerous than a fondness for biscuits at tea time. So, the war was over. Troy had burned, its once proud towers now reduced to crumbled stone and smouldering ash. The Greeks had done what they came for, though it had taken 10 years, a wooden horse, and no small amount of divine interference. They stood victorious, weary and weathered, clutching the spoils of war and preparing for home. But of course no one ever said getting home would be simple. One might assume that after 10 years abroad, a warrior could simply board his ship and sail back to the comforts of hearth and wife. That was rarely the case. This was ancient Greece after all, a place where the gods were fickle, the seas treacherous, and even the stars occasionally refused to cooperate. The journey home, or nostos as the Greeks called it, would prove just as storied and sorrowful as the war itself. Let us begin with the most infamous of these journeys, that of Odysseus. King of Ithaca, famed for his cunning, inventor of the Trojan horse, or at least the best PR for it, and very much unprepared for how long a simple boat ride could take when Poseidon was in a foul mood. You see, Odysseus made a rather unfortunate decision upon departing Troy. He didn't thank the gods properly. A small omission, but one that would stretch a short voyage into a 10-year odyssey. Poseidon, god of the sea, was particularly offended. It didn't help that Odysseus had blinded his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus, along the way. In fairness, Polyphemus had eaten several of his crew and didn't respond well to reasoned discussion. Still, the sea god was not the forgiving type. So Odysseus was tossed from island to island, seduced by nymphs, shipwrecked repeatedly, and even made to visit the land of the dead, just in case things weren't miserable enough already. But Odysseus was not alone in his troubles. the Greeks had split into various homeward-bound contingents, each facing their own ill luck. Menelaus, husband of Helen, the woman allegedly responsible for all this carnage, took a rather indirect route home. He wandered as far as Egypt, which, even by heroic standards, is rather off course. There he wrestled with the shape-shifting sea god Proteus, as one does, in order to gain the knowledge of how to appease the gods and calm the winds. This required holding Proteus tightly while he transformed into a lion, a snake, a tree, and a stream of water, before finally surrendering his secrets. There were no shortcuts in Bronze Age travel. Historical records, well, as much as we can call them that, do suggest that Greek sailors at the time weren't especially equipped for reliable maritime navigation. They hugged coastlines, avoided night travel, and interpreted weather patterns through a mixture of guesswork and prayer. Their ships were sturdy enough for the Aegean, but the open Mediterranean posed significant challenges. Add to this the divine meddling, and one can see why so many of these heroes took the scenic route home. Diomedes, one of the mightiest warriors of the war, fared little better. He returned to Argos only to find that his wife had taken a lover during his absence and was plotting to kill him. To her credit, 10 years is a long time. Rather than make a fuss, Diomedes fled to Italy, where he eventually faded into the vague mists of local legend, worshipped in some places as a minor deity. A rather anticlimactic ending for a man who once wounded both Ares and Aphrodite in battle. Nestor, the oldest and perhaps wisest of the Greek commanders, seems to have made it home without too much divine harassment. It helps, one suspects, that he kept his head down, said his prayers, and refrained from boasting about clever ideas involving wooden horses. There's a lesson in that. Agamemnon, leader of the Greek coalition and brother to Menelaus, did reach home, only to be murdered in his bath by his wife Clytemnestra and her lover Aegisthus. But more on that particular bit of family dysfunction in the next chapter. Suffice it to say, the post-war glow did not last long for the house of Atreus. There was a curious sense in the Greek imagination that war never truly ended. Victory was merely the prelude to a different kind of suffering. The gods did not reward triumph with peace. In fact, they often punished it. Hubris, that quintessentially Greek concept of arrogant pride, was a capital offence in the eyes of Olympus. If a man returned home boasting of his glory, he was inviting divine correction. And then there were the storms. Natural, of course, but also supernatural. The seas between Troy and Greece were notoriously rough. The Hellespont, the Aegean, and beyond, all capricious, especially to ships lacking proper ballast or understanding of wind currents. The Greeks often personified these elements as gods or spirits, harpies, sea nymphs, angry winds. Because when your fleet is scattered overnight and half your crew vanishes, blaming an angry goddess feels more comforting than admitting you misread a cloud. The return home also meant confronting time itself. 10 years of war meant a decade lost. Children grew up without fathers, political alliances shifted, and thrones were not always waiting patiently for their former occupants. The journey was not just geographical, it was existential. These men returned not as heroes, but as strangers. This theme runs deeply through Homer's Odyssey. Odysseus longs for home, for Ithaca, for Penelope and Telemachus. Yet at every turn he's offered comfort, even immortality, by figures like Calypso. Still, he chooses hardship. The Greek mind revered the idea of nostos, but it also understood that one could never truly go home unchanged. The home you remembered was gone, and so were you. Meanwhile, the gods watched all this with their usual mix of boredom and caprice. Athena took a special interest in Odysseus, helping him occasionally when she remembered to, while Zeus played both sides as usual. Poseidon sulked, Hermes ferried souls to the underworld, and Apollo, who had spent much of the war firing plague arrows, returned to more musical pursuits. The war had ended, but peace was elusive. Even those who made it back without divine interference faced restless kingdoms and unruly citizens. Some were worshipped, others resented. The line between hero and troublemaker blurred easily. And what of the ships themselves? Ancient Greek ships, primarily pentaconters and biremes, were long, narrow, and powered by both sails and oars. They weren't built for comfort. There were no cabins, no galleys, no protection from the elements. Sailors slept where they could, ate cold rations, and relied on wind and muscle. Navigation was by stars, sun, and intuition. That so many even attempted long voyages is a testament to their stubborn optimism. Or perhaps their lack of alternatives. Many of the ships were lost, scattered in storms or dashed against unfamiliar shores. The sea claimed them silently. No epic poems were written for those whose names did not survive, but their ghosts, one imagines, lingered along lonely beaches and under wine-dark waves. In the centuries that followed, Greek poets and playwrights would return again and again to these post-war stories. The nostoi, as they came to be called, were an entire genre. The war was a given, brutal but glorious. The return, though, was where the real drama lay. That's where men broke, or bent, or found meaning. We're used to thinking of myths as grand, flashy things. Monsters, magic, climactic battles. But the Greeks understood that the quiet aftermath was where tragedy bloomed. The war ended with a horse and fire, but the real stories began when the sails went up, and home became a dream somewhere on the horizon. Even in the archaeological record, there are hints of this turbulent return. Many Mycenaean palaces show signs of sudden destruction around the same period: burned walls, toppled columns, abandoned treasures. Was it invasion, rebellion, or simply the long echo of a war that refused to stay on foreign soil? Historians debate, as they always do, but the myth has its own answers. The gods were not finished yet, so the Greeks sailed home, slowly, painfully, circuitously. They were shipwrecked, seduced, cursed, and forgotten. Some never arrived. Others returned only to find they were no longer welcome, and a few, like Odysseus, clung to the memory of home like a compass, trusting that however long the journey, there was still something waiting at the end. Whether there was or not, well, that's another story. So, let us now drift back into the murky waters of post-war homecomings. If you were hoping that at least one Greek king had a cheerful reunion with his family after 10 years away, I'm afraid you've wandered into the wrong epic. This is the tale of Agamemnon, commander of the Greek forces at Troy, brother to Menelaus, and a man whose homecoming can be summed up in 2 words: unfortunately brief. Agamemnon had led the 1,000-ship fleet to Troy and played his part with ruthless efficiency. He sacrificed his own daughter to appease the winds, squabbled with Achilles over a slave girl, and generally made himself disagreeable to gods and men alike. He did, however, win the war, which you might think would count for something, But his victory came at a price, one that followed him all the way back to Mycenae, where his wife, Clytemnestra, was waiting. Now the story of Clytemnestra is not a cheerful one, but she is often painted far too simply, as a vindictive woman with a grudge. In truth, she had good reason to be angry. Years before, Agamemnon had sacrificed their daughter, Iphigenia, to ensure favourable winds for the Greek fleet. No warning, no consultation. Just a priest, an altar, and a quiet murder dressed up as a divine necessity. Clytemnestra, understandably, took it personally. While Agamemnon was away playing war hero, she had not exactly remained idle. She took a lover, Aegisthus, a man with his own reasons to loathe the house of Atreus, and together they plotted. It wasn't just revenge, it was justice, retribution, and perhaps a bit of long overdue housekeeping. And so, after years of war and an arduous return journey, Agamemnon finally sailed into the bay beneath his palace, the bronze towers of Mycenae gleaming in the distance. One can imagine him standing on the deck of his ship, sun-worn and grimy, dreaming of a warm bath and roasted lamb. Unfortunately, that bath would be the last comfort he ever knew. In Aeschylus's Agamemnon, the king arrives with Cassandra, the Trojan prophetess he had taken as a war prize. Now, bringing home a captive concubine might seem a rather bold decision when your wife is already displeased, but Agamemnon never was known for subtlety. Cassandra, cursed by Apollo to see the future, but never be believed, saw exactly what was coming. She walked into the palace like a woman entering a tomb, resigned, poetic, and ignored. The bath was drawn, the robes laid out, and there, amid the steam and ceremony of a long-awaited homecoming, Clytemnestra murdered her husband with an axe, or perhaps a sword. The details vary, as myths tend to do. In some versions, she entangles him in a net before the killing blow. In others, he's struck as he reclines, utterly unaware. But all agree on the outcome. Agamemnon, war hero and king, dead in his own house by his wife's hand. It wasn't just personal, it was political, symbolic, even ritualistic. The house of Atreus had long been a mire of curses, betrayals and bloodshed. Tantalus, Atreus, Thyestes, each generation passed down a fresh scandal. Agamemnon's death was less a surprise than a grim inevitability. The Greeks, ever lovers of a tragic arc, saw this not merely as domestic drama, but divine rebalancing. You see, no crime went unpunished in the world of myth, especially not those committed against family. Agamemnon's sacrifice of Iphigenia had broken a sacred bond, and blood, as always, demanded more blood. Clytemnestra and Aegisthus ruled Mycenae together for several years after the murder. By some accounts, they were competent, even prosperous rulers. But the shadow of what they'd done lingered, and somewhere far away, growing older in exile, Agamemnon's son, Orestes, was watching, waiting, and nursing a very different idea of justice. Before we turn to him, it's worth pausing to consider the historical underpinnings of all this myth. Mycenae was indeed a real place, an imposing Bronze Age citadel with massive stone walls and a commanding view of the surrounding valley. The shaft graves of Mycenaean kings, discovered centuries later, revealed a world of wealth, weaponry, and ceremonial grandeur. One grave contained a golden death mask, once romantically dubbed the Mask of Agamemnon, though the identification is largely wishful thinking. Still, the myths do seem to echo something real, that returning warriors found their homes changed, their families distant, and their power unstable. In many Mycenaean centres, we find signs of abrupt destruction or abandonment around the same time period, evidence, perhaps, of internal unrest or social collapse. It's not hard to imagine that some kings returned home only to face suspicion, usurpation, or worse. Back in the myth, Agamemnon's fate was only the beginning of a longer tragedy. Clytemnestra may have seen herself as an avenger, but in the logic of Greek myth, she was also a murderer. And the gods, as always, had opinions. Enter Orestes. Raised in exile, likely by allies of his father or sympathetic family retainers, Orestes grew up with one goal: to avenge his father's death. But here the myth gets deliciously tangled. To kill one's mother, even a murderous one, was not a simple act of vengeance. It was a spiritual crime, one that brought its own consequences. When Orestes returned to Mycenae, he did what he believed was necessary. He killed Aegisthus first, which no one particularly objected to. Then he confronted Clytemnestra. In some retellings, she pleads with him, bares her breast, reminds him that she gave him life. But Orestes, trembling with fury and fate, strikes her down. The moment is terrible, quiet, almost ritualistic. And then the Furies come. The Greeks called them the Erinyes, ancient goddesses of vengeance who pursued those who spilled kindred blood. Black-robed, snake-haired, they drove Orestes into madness. He fled from temple to temple, seeking purification, but the Furies were relentless. Guilt in the ancient Greek mind was not a matter of conscience. It was an external force, almost a physical illness, stalking the sinner until justice was done. Eventually, Orestes found sanctuary in Athens, where the goddess Athena intervened. In a trial on the Areopagus, a rocky outcrop used for real-life criminal cases, she declared that the cycle of blood vengeance must end. Orestes was acquitted, and the Furies, soothed by the promise of new rights and honour, became the Eumenides, the kindly ones. It's a tidy mythological solution to the messy business of familial revenge. The story of Agamemnon and his family was endlessly retold in Greek tragedy. Aeschylus's Oresteia, Euripides' Electra, Sophocles' Electra, each playwright offered their own shading. Was Clytemnestra a villain, or a mother driven to desperate justice? Was Orestes a hero, or a victim of divine contradiction? These were not tales with clear morals, but rather mirrors for the Greeks to reflect on law, loyalty, and the dangerous gravity of blood. From a cultural perspective, the myth encapsulated deep anxieties about power and homecoming. The idea that a king, triumphant abroad, might return only to fall in his own bath. It struck a chord. Greece was no stranger to political upheaval. City-states were rife with coups, assassinations, and shifting loyalties. The myth merely dressed these realities in poetic garb. And then there's Cassandra, the tragic footnote. Cursed by Apollo to prophesy truly but be ignored, she knew what would happen the moment they stepped ashore. In most versions, she was murdered alongside Agamemnon, either in the palace or just outside it. Her death, barely remarked upon in many accounts, adds a final note of melancholy to the tale. She had seen it all and still could not stop it. Cassandra's curse is one of those mythic touches that feels eerily modern. To know the truth and be disbelieved, there's something timeless about that. She becomes a symbol not just of doomed foresight, but of the loneliness that comes with clarity. The home of Agamemnon thus became a kind of mythological crime scene, revisited again and again by poets, playwrights, and priests. It was a cautionary tale, a tragic cycle, and a puzzle box of competing ethics. Was Agamemnon a villain for killing his daughter? Was Clytemnestra right to kill him? Was Orestes justified in avenging his father? Each answer led to another question. But for our purposes, here in the soft, slow hours of night, it is enough to say that Agamemnon came home and died. That a bath, which might have been warm and soothing, became a tomb. That behind palace walls, the real war continued, quieter but no less brutal. And that even kings, even the great and bronze-clad, were not spared the price of their choices. So the torch of vengeance passed from hand to hand, from Clytemnestra to Orestes, from gods to mortals and back again. And in the quiet corridors of Mycenae, the stones remembered it all. Tomorrow, perhaps, we'll visit Odysseus again. But for now, let us rest in the ruins of a palace where the echoes of footsteps, long silence, still murmur their ancient regrets. Let us now turn to a man who, more than any other, came to embody the very concept of Nostos, the homecoming. Odysseus, king of the modest island of Ithaca, veteran of the Trojan War, and possessor of a famously complicated relationship with the gods. His story, immortalized in Homer's Odyssey, is less a journey and more an endurance test, a 10-year sequence of delays, detours, distractions, and divine punishments. In truth, if he'd just taken the ferry and kept his head down, he might have been home in a week. But where would the poetry be in that? Odysseus had a reputation for cleverness. He devised the idea of the Trojan horse, after all, though how much of that was his idea and how much poetic license, we'll never know. Regardless, it was a decision that ensured the city's fall and secured his place in history, and Poseidon's grudge list. The trouble began shortly after he and his men set sail from Troy. The gods were, let's say, less than pleased. In some versions, Odysseus forgot to thank them. In others, he was simply caught up in the divine fallout of the war. Most notably, he had offended Poseidon by blinding the Cyclops Polyphemus. A necessary act of survival, yes, but when the giant turns out to be the sea god's son, well, you can expect choppy waters ahead. And so, the long voyage began. One might imagine that the journey from Troy to Ithaca, roughly 1,000 kilometers, wouldn't take a decade, even in a boat powered by oars and optimism. But then, Odysseus had a particular knack for getting lost in spectacular ways. The first stop was the land of the Cicones, where his men made the classic mistake of raiding a village, overstaying their welcome, and being driven off by the locals. Not exactly an auspicious start. Then came the Lotus Eaters, a rather dreamlike group, who offered Odysseus's crew a plant that made them forget all desire to return home. A tempting proposition that, and one might argue, more peaceful than anything that came after. Still, Odysseus, annoyingly responsible, dragged them back to the ships and sailed on. Next was the infamous encounter with the Cyclops. Trapped in a cave with Polyphemus, Odysseus introduced himself, cleverly, as nobody, got the giant drunk on strong wine, and blinded him with a red-hot steak. When the Cyclops screamed for help, shouting that nobody is hurting me, his fellow giants presumably shrugged and went back to napping. It was ingenious, really. Unfortunately, before sailing off, Odysseus made the crucial mistake of shouting his real name back at Polyphemus. This allowed the injured Cyclops to pray to Poseidon for vengeance, and Poseidon, being a rather involved parent, obliged. Now firmly on the god's naughty list, Odysseus continued his zigzagging path across the wine-dark sea. He stopped next at the island of Aeolus, keeper of the winds. Aeolus was surprisingly helpful, bottling up all the adverse winds in a bag and giving Odysseus only the breeze he needed. All would have been well, if only Odysseus's crew hadn't been quite so curious. Thinking the bag contained treasure, they opened it just as Ithaca came into view. The winds escaped, a storm rose, and they were blown back to square one. One imagines Odysseus briefly contemplating life as a shepherd instead. Then came the Laestrygonians, giants with a talent for smashing ships and eating sailors. Most of Odysseus's fleet was destroyed here, leaving him with just one vessel. It's the sort of incident that tends to dampen morale, though one suspects Odysseus had already adjusted to lowered expectations. From there, it was on to the island of Circe, enchantress, sorceress, part-time pig farmer. She turned his men into swine, as one does, though whether that was punishment or commentary is unclear. Hermes, ever helpful, gave Odysseus a magical herb called moly to protect him. With it, he resisted Circe's magic, and depending on the version, either threatened her or charmed her into restoring his men. He then spent a year there, comfortably ensconced in her company. A rather long delay, though Circe did have a very nice villa. But even Circe couldn't stall fate forever. Before he could leave, she told him he would need to visit the underworld and consult the spirit of the blind prophet Tiresias. It was the sort of thing Greek heroes were expected to do on long journeys, a little necromancy between islands. So, Odysseus sailed to the edge of the world, sacrificed a ram, and waited while the dead gathered round. Tiresias offered a grim forecast: hardship, loss, and danger. But eventually, if he was careful, Odysseus might reach home. He also saw the shades of his mother, Achilles and Agamemnon, who, you may recall, had recently had a very bad bath. Emerging from the land of the dead with no small amount of existential baggage, Odysseus returned to Circe, who provided more advice. Avoid the sirens, she said, seductive singers who lured sailors to their deaths. Odysseus, ever the curious one, had his men plug their ears with wax while he had himself tied to the mast, just so he could hear their song without succumbing. It was, admittedly, a very Odyssean solution. Practical, perilous, and just a bit arrogant. Next came Scylla and Charybdis, a six-headed monster and a ravenous whirlpool placed inconveniently close together. Odysseus steered towards Scylla, sacrificing a few men rather than risk the entire ship. It's the sort of decision that ancient Greek leaders were expected to make without blinking, though one suspects there were some complaints from the rowing benches. At last, they reached the island of Thrinacia, where sacred cattle belonging to Helios, the sun god, grazed in peace. Odysseus warned his men not to touch them. They promised. And then, while he was napping, they promptly slaughtered and ate several. Helios, unsurprisingly furious, demanded punishment. Zeus obliged with a storm that destroyed the last of Odysseus's crew. Only the man himself survived, clinging to a broken mast, drifting aimlessly until he washed up on the island of Ogygia. Here he met Calypso, a beautiful nymph who offered him immortality if he would stay. It might have seemed like a good deal. No more storms, no more monsters, and an eternity of relaxation. But Odysseus longed for home, for Penelope, for Ithaca. Calypso, both tender and sorrowful, let him go, but not before 7 long years had passed. A different kind of imprisonment, that. Comfort without belonging. At last, with divine help, Odysseus built a raft and sailed once more. Poseidon, still holding a grudge, sent another storm. The poor man could hardly sneeze without attracting weather. He was eventually washed ashore on the land of the Phaeacians, who thankfully turned out to be decent people. They gave him food, clothes, and a proper ship home. After 10 years of wandering, he reached Ithaca at last. But even then, the journey wasn't quite over. His home had been overrun by suitors, dozens of grasping, boastful men courting his wife and feasting in his halls. Disguised as a beggar, Odysseus plotted his revenge. With the help of his son Telemachus, he strung his old bow and dispatched the shooters in a rather bloody finale. Arrows, spears, and poetic justice all around. At last, he revealed himself to Penelope. She, ever cautious, tested him with a secret known only to them, the construction of their bed carved from a rooted olive tree. When Odysseus answered correctly, she wept, and they were reunited. A quiet, hard-won reunion after 20 years apart. Now, what are we to make of all this? On one level, the Odyssey is an adventure, a tapestry of strange lands and strange creatures. But beneath it all lies something deeper, the fear of never getting home, the idea that time might move on without you, that home itself might change, or worse, that you might. Historically, the story reflects the uncertainties of ancient travel. Greek sailors had no maps, no compasses, and very little understanding of ocean currents. Storms, pirates, and unfamiliar coastlines were constant threats. To sail from one island to another could mean weeks of delay or permanent disappearance. The sea was not just a place. It was a personality, and usually a moody one. And yet Odysseus persisted, not because he expected comfort, or glory, or even survival, but because he believed in Ithaca, in Penelope, in the possibility that home, however distant or changed, was worth the journey. So tonight, let us sail gently through the Ionian breeze, past sleepy islands and forgotten shores. Let us follow a man too clever for his own good, drifting not in haste but in hope. Monsters may rise, tempests may howl, but the stars above remain quiet and constant. And somewhere, far across the sea, a lamp is burning in a window. Ithaca waits. Not everyone who fought at Troy ended up in an epic poem or on the side of a vase. Some heroes did not sail home in triumph, or wander famously for 10 years. No, some slipped into the margins, their stories quieter, sadder, and mostly uncelebrated. In this chapter, we turn to those figures, brave, flawed, and frankly unlucky, who survived the war but not the peace that followed. First, let us linger a moment with Ajax the Greater, not to be confused with Ajax the Lesser, who will have his own inglorious exit soon enough. Ajax the Greater was a giant of a man, second only to Achilles in strength and battlefield presence. He was a tower of bronze and bellowing rage, fierce in combat and at times a little too proud of it. When Achilles died, slain by a Paris-assisted arrow to the heel, rather inconsiderate of him, there arose a question among the Greeks. Who should inherit his armour? It was no ordinary kit after all. Forged by Hephaestus himself, it glittered like fire and symbolised the might of the Greek war machine. Naturally, both Ajax and Odysseus laid claim to it. Now, Ajax had the stronger argument. He'd fought tirelessly, protected the ships, and retrieved Achilles' body under heavy fire. But Odysseus had the sharper tongue. In a public debate, essentially an early Greek talent show for war resumes, Odysseus spun a more persuasive tale, citing strategy, diplomacy, and the favour of the gods. The audience, swayed by words more than wounds, awarded him the armour. Ajax did not take the loss well. According to Sophocles and later mythographers, Ajax spiralled into a state of humiliated fury. At night, he planned to kill the Greek leaders responsible. But Athena, protective of Odysseus, muddled his mind. In a haze of madness, Ajax slaughtered livestock, thinking they were his enemies. When he awoke and realized what he had done, surrounded by the bloodied corpses of sheep and cattle, he was overcome with shame. He walked away from the camp, planted his sword in the ground, and fell upon it. A brutal, silent end for a man who had fought so loudly. There's something deeply Greek in this. The idea that the true wound is not death in battle, but dishonour in peace. Ajax was not killed by sword or spear, but by a loss of standing, of meaning. A hero without recognition is, in the Greek imagination, barely a man at all. The gods gave him strength, but they did not give him a second act. His death was mourned by many, but especially by his half-brother Teucer, an archer and a steadfast companion throughout the war. Teucer tried to give Ajax a proper burial, but Menelaus and Agamemnon initially forbade it, proof that even corpses had politics in those days. Eventually, Odysseus himself intervened, arguing that Ajax, whatever had happened, was still a great warrior. A small act of decency in a war mostly lacking in them. Teucer, exiled for failing to bring his brother home, wandered off and eventually settled in Cyprus, founding the city of Salamis. Or so the legends say. It's a quieter legacy, no monsters, no divine wrath, just a man trying to put something in the ground that wasn't a weapon. Then there's Philoctetes, perhaps the most reluctant of the heroes. His tale begins not at Troy, but on the way there. He possessed the bow of Heracles, gifted to him as a reward for lighting the funeral pyre of the great hero. This bow, it was foretold, would be needed to win the war. Unfortunately, Philoctetes had a bit of a foot problem. At Lemnos, he was bitten by a snake, a minor thing in most stories, but in this case, the wound festered. It stank. It wept. It made the journey unbearable. His cries disturbed the other warriors, and his smell, well, apparently it was memorable. So, with all the empathy of a conquering army, the Greeks abandoned him on the island, leaving him with his bow, his pain, and a lot of time to think. For years he lived there, wounded and alone. But eventually, when Troy still refused to fall, a prophecy surfaced. The bow of Heracles was indeed required. Cue the awkward return of Greek diplomacy. Odysseus, naturally, was sent to retrieve the man he had once abandoned. He brought with him Neoptolemus, the teenage son of Achilles, another man with a complicated father-shaped shadow to fill. Different versions tell it differently. In some, Neoptolemus wins Philoctetes over with honesty and kindness. In others, he tricks him, only to be overcome with guilt and return the bow. But in the end, Philoctetes is healed, either by divine intervention or Greek medicine, and brought back to Troy. He shoots the arrow that finally fells Paris, and thus completes his unhappy arc. After the war, Philoctetes' story peters out. He's said to have wandered, perhaps founding a city or two, but the myths don't linger on him. His fame, like many others, was tied to a single arrow. When that was loosed, so too was his relevance. And what of Ajax the Lesser? Ah, yes, not to be confused with his more honourable namesake, This Ajax was best known for committing one of the more appalling crimes during the sack of Troy. In the temple of Athena, he assaulted Cassandra, dragging her from the altar and claiming her as a prize. The act was a double outrage, not just against a woman seeking sanctuary, but against the goddess whose temple he violated. Athena did not take it lightly. Though the Greek leaders were divided on how to respond, some wanted to punish him, others looked away. They ultimately allowed him to sail home. It was a decision they'd regret. As his ship sailed through the angry sea, Athena called down a storm. Ajax, cast into the water, clung to a rock and boasted that the gods couldn't kill him. A bit of classic hubris. Poseidon, unimpressed, split the rock and drowned him. In the Greek tradition, no sin goes unpaid, and no arrogance goes uncorrected. Ajax the Lesser's name was blackened. His death was not heroic, it was a warning. Then there are the unnamed and half-named heroes, the foot soldiers, the shipmates, the men who bled and died in the margins. Greek myth, for all its grandeur, has a curious amnesia when it comes to the majority. We hear of their bravery in clusters, the Achaeans, the Danaans, but their individual stories are mostly forgotten. Only the elite, the sons of kings and favourites of gods, get a proper ending. Still, there are echoes. In the epic cycle known as the Nostoi, now mostly lost to time, there were once tales of the other warriors returning home. Men like Idomeneus, king of Crete, who made a rash vow to sacrifice the first living thing he saw upon returning home, only to be greeted by his own son. A story with echoes of the biblical Jephthah, and just as grim. And Eurypylus, son of Telephus, who fought for the Trojans but was killed in a blaze of poetic glory. His story is mostly footnotes now, a few lines in fragmentary poems. And Thersites, a common soldier mocked for his ugliness and impudence, beaten by Odysseus for speaking too freely. A rare glimpse of dissent in a world dominated by kings and demigods. History has never been entirely fair to its lesser heroes. Those who carried the spears, manned the oars, and kept the fires burning seldom earn verses of their own. But their presence, however faint, lingers in the background of myth, like the quiet hum behind a chorus. Archaeologically speaking, the Mycenaean period does show signs of wide-scale collapse around the time of the Trojan War's supposed end. Palaces burned, trade routes disappeared, and many of the great centres were abandoned. Perhaps some of the returning heroes found not the homes they remembered, but smouldering ruins and silence. For many, there may have been no welcome, no bed, no stories. And perhaps that's why the myths settled so often on grief. The Greeks knew that not everyone returned, and that some who did wished they hadn't. The Odyssey gives us the grandeur, but these lesser tales give us the sorrow. So tonight, as we drift through the quieter parts of the mythic map, spare a thought for the heroes who came back broken, or didn't come back at all. For Ajax, whose pride outlived his strength. For Philoctetes, whose wound became his exile. For the countless unnamed who marched to Troy and never saw their islands again. In the dark, between the waves and stars, their stories still float, unfinished, unpolished, but quietly, stubbornly present. If ever there were a face that launched 1,000 ships and exhausted 1,000 poets, it was surely Helen of Troy. Or rather, Helen of Sparta, depending on which part of her life you catch her in. Tonight, we sail away from the battlefields and burning walls, and follow not the warriors, but the women, beginning with Helen herself. When the dust settled and the horse had done its work, the city of Troy was ash and rubble. Fires still smouldered where palaces once stood. The air hung thick with the scent of burnt cedar and blood. In the ruins, women, noble women, priestesses, servants, were rounded up like cattle, the prizes of victory. At the centre of it all stood Helen, beautiful, mysterious, and ever the subject of debate. Some said she had willingly gone to Troy with Paris, bewitched by his charm and Aphrodite's divine meddling. Others insisted she had been taken against her will, a passive prize in a game of gods and kings. In truth, the myths offer no single answer. Helen was either a seductress or a scapegoat, or perhaps a woman simply trying to survive in a world that insisted on making her symbolic. Menelaus, her long-estranged husband, was among the warriors who stormed the city. One might expect him to have run her through with a sword. Instead, the stories tell us that when he found her, standing in her quarters, draped in silks, radiant even in defeat, he dropped his weapon. Overwhelmed by her beauty, his rage faltered. He led her away, not as a captive, but as a wife reclaimed. Or so the version goes. But it is worth pausing to consider what kind of homecoming that was. Helen returned with Menelaus to Sparta, but her reputation did not. In many cities across Greece, she was viewed as the cause of it all, the deaths, the fires, the decade of despair. Though poets might speak of her face with reverence, the common tongue likely preferred curses. And in the plays of Euripides and others, Helen is not a heroine, but a question mark. Was she guilty? Was she powerless? Or was she simply too beautiful to live in peace? In some version of the myth, a phantom Helen was sent to Troy, while the real one remained in Egypt the entire time. This alternate telling, found in Euripides' Helen, was the ancient equivalent of saying it wasn't really her. It's a strange attempt at narrative redemption, one that raises more questions than it answers. But it does speak to the discomfort the Greeks felt about blaming a woman so central to their own self-image. Because if Helen truly went willingly, then she was a traitor. If unwillingly, then she was a victim. But either way, the war became hers to carry. As for Menelaus, his journey home was no smoother than anyone else's. He and Helen wandered for years, blown off course, landing in Egypt among other places. There, they were received by the local king, sometimes Proteus, sometimes another, who treated them with suspicious generosity. The gods were still sorting out the details. Eventually, they made it back to Sparta, older, wearier, and perhaps unsure what they had returned to. It's tempting to imagine them sitting across from one another at dinner, in a palace once full of laughter and song. Now they shared only silence, broken occasionally by the clink of goblets and the shuffle of memories best left undisturbed. In some myths, Helen became a goddess after death. In others, she was exiled, hounded by the Furies, or wandered alone through the mountains. One version even claims she ended her days in Rhodes, where she was hanged by the widow of a fallen Greek soldier. The myths rarely agree on her fate, only on her beauty and the trouble it brought. But Helen, for all her complexities, was not the only woman whose life was shattered by the war. Let us return to the ruins of Troy and speak of the others, those taken as spoils and shipped away to Greek cities where no songs were sung for them. First, Hecuba, Queen of Troy. Once a proud matriarch, she lost nearly all her sons in the war. Hector, Paris, Deiphobus, Troilus, and more. Her husband, King Priam, was butchered at the altar by Achilles' son. Her daughter Polyxena was sacrificed on Achilles' tomb. Her grandson, Astyanax, the infant son of Hector, was thrown from the city walls by the Greeks, so that he might never grow up to avenge his father. A precautionary cruelty, if ever there was one. And Hecuba, she was given to Odysseus, the most diplomatic of the Greeks, but one suspects even he found little comfort in her bitter company. In Euripides' Hecuba, she is transformed from queen to beast by grief. In some versions, she literally becomes a dog, throwing herself into the sea, howling. Myth has a way of externalizing suffering after all. If your sorrow is inhuman, you might as well become something else. Then there was Andromache, Hector's widow, a model of loyalty, modesty, and sorrow. She watched her child murdered and her city burned, and then she was claimed by Neoptolemus, the teenage son of Achilles. It's a pairing that feels particularly cruel, as if the gods were scripting a tragic irony. The wife of the slain prince, now handed to the son of his killer. She bore Neoptolemus children, lived for a time in Epirus, and eventually found a kind of quiet life, marrying Helenus, another Trojan survivor, and ruling a small kingdom. But the shadow of Troy never left her. In the Greek world, women like Andromache were both revered and pitied, reminders of what war leaves behind. And what of Cassandra, that doomed prophetess? She had warned them, of course, warned her people about Paris, warned them about the horse, warned them about the fall. But Apollo had cursed her. She could see the future, but no one would ever believe her. The curse of clarity without persuasion. A poetic fate, and a cruel one. When the city fell, Cassandra sought refuge in Athena's temple, and there she was assaulted by Ajax the Lesser, dragged from the sacred altar. For this, the gods ensured Ajax would never return home. Cassandra, meanwhile, was given to Agamemnon, taken as a concubine, a spoil. She travelled with him to Mycenae and saw the future again, his murder at the hands of Clytemnestra. Her own death, too. She entered the palace anyway, shoulders squared, walking toward doom with her head held high. In a way, she was the bravest of them all. To know what awaits and go anyway. Cassandra was not just a figure of tragedy, but of perception. In her, the Greeks saw the limits of knowledge. What good is vision if it cannot change the outcome? Her story echoes down the centuries, in every ignored warning and every dismissed truth. These women, Helen, Hecuba, Andromache, Cassandra, they remind us that the Trojan War was not just a saga of men. For every spear thrown, there was a wife waiting. For every city burned, a mother weeping. And in the aftermath, it was often the women who bore the consequences, who were reshaped by survival into something unrecognizable. In Greek drama, particularly the tragedies of Euripides, these female voices are given rare prominence. Perhaps because in their suffering, the Greeks recognized something more universal than glory. The men may have claimed victory, but the women remembered the cost. Historically, the treatment of captured women in ancient warfare was, as one might expect, grim. They were enslaved, traded, kept as concubines. The myths, for all their embellishment, reflect a painful reality. That in war, the fates of women were rarely their own. Their grief, however, became central to the Greek imagination. Even Helen, for all her elevation, remains a figure of ambiguity. She is honoured in some cities, reviled in others. She is remembered less for what she did, and more for what others did because of her. In Sparta, a cult of Helen emerged. Temples were built in her name. She became almost divine. Her beauty, her sorrow, her mythic weight, all transformed into ritual. There's something strange and slightly unsettling in the idea of worshipping a woman whose greatest legacy was a war. And in Troy? Well, there was no Troy anymore. The archaeological site we now call Hisarlik bears the layers of many cities, built and burned over centuries. Whether one of them was the Troy of Homer, we can't say for certain, but the ashes, the walls, the charred remnants, they are real. Someone's city burned. Someone's family was taken. So tonight, let us walk softly among the ruins, past the broken columns and the windswept stones, past the temple steps where Cassandra cried out, past the palace halls where Hecuba once ruled, where Andromache rocked her child to sleep, where Helen stared out over the sea, perhaps wondering what all the beauty had been for. These were not silent women. The myths may have tried to sideline them, but their voices echo, persistent and clear. They remind us that behind every war story lies another, quieter, lonelier, more enduring. And perhaps, if the gods are ever listening, it is these stories they remember best. Tonight we turn our gaze to a boy who entered the Trojan War at its end and departed the world not long after. Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, grandson of Peleus, and great-grandson, on his mother's side, of a man called Lycomedes, who mostly stayed out of the epics. Neoptolemus came late to the war, but made a remarkable impression. In many ways, he was everything his father was, and, perhaps, everything he wasn't. Born on the island of Scyros, Neoptolemus was raised far from the clatter of spears and war cries. His mother, Deidamia, had once known Achilles before he was famous, when he was hidden away by his mother Thetis in an attempt to prevent his doomed fate. Dressed as a girl among the daughters of Lycomedes, Achilles in disguise found love and a son, as one does, apparently, during such awkward arrangements. But destiny has a way of tracking down those who try to avoid it. By the time Neoptolemus was old enough to hold a spear, the Greeks had been at war for nearly a decade. Troy still stood. The warriors were weary, and Achilles was already dead, felled by a poetic arrow guided by Apollo and shot by Paris, who, as we've noted before, rarely did anything without divine assistance. Now, a new prophecy emerged. The Greeks would not win unless they brought the son of Achilles to the battlefield, as if the gods, having taken the father, demanded the child in his place. So Odysseus, ever the recruiter, sailed to Scyros and fetched the boy. Neoptolemus arrived in Troy not as a soldier, but as a symbol, a vessel of inherited wrath. And indeed, he seemed to carry that wrath with great enthusiasm. While Achilles had moments of introspection, hesitation, even grace, Neoptolemus often lacked such subtlety. He was fierce, brutal, and quick to violence. Some ancient writers admired his decisiveness, others found it alarming. In the final days of the war, Neoptolemus earned a reputation both glorious and grim. It was he who killed Priam, the aged king of Troy, right there at the altar of Zeus. While the old man clutched the statue of the god, seeking mercy, Neoptolemus cut him down. No respect for age, sanctuary, or sorrow. The scene, immortalized in later Roman texts like the Aeneid, would haunt generations of storytellers. He also, according to some versions, threw Astyanax, Hector's infant son, from the city walls. A practical act, the Greeks would say. a horrifying one the rest of us might. The boy, after all, could grow into a man and seek vengeance. And so, Neoptolemus ensured there would be no next generation of Trojans. He was not content to end the war. He wanted to erase its memory. For his efforts, he received Andromache, Hector's widow, as a war prize. And so the woman who had once lain beside the Prince of Troy now found herself bound to the killer's son. A cruel symmetry, if ever there was one. They left Troy together, part of the Greek fleet limping home through unfriendly seas and discontented gods. Some were shipwrecked, others wandered for years, but Neoptolemus somehow made his way to Epirus, a land in northwestern Greece, and carved out a small kingdom there. The myths say he ruled wisely, perhaps mellowed by time and distance, or perhaps just tired. But the fates had not quite finished with him. In some versions, he travelled to Delphi, the sacred sanctuary of Apollo, either to seek guidance or demand justice. There, depending on which story you prefer, he either insulted the priests, desecrated the temple, or simply arrived at the wrong moment. Whatever the cause, he was murdered, either by the temple servants or by Apollo himself. Cut down not in battle, but at the threshold of the god who had once guided Paris's arrow into his father's heel. Poetic again, and deeply Greek. You see, Neoptolemus lived under the long shadow of Achilles, a father who was both legend and ghost. The Greeks were fascinated by inheritance, not just of blood, but of doom. To be the son of a hero was to be born halfway into a story already moving toward tragedy. Achilles had been complex, wrathful, yes, but also capable of mercy. He mourned Patroclus. He returned Hector's body to Priam. There was a strange nobility in him, a tragic beauty. Neoptolemus, by contrast, rarely paused to reflect. He killed with confidence. He ruled with force. And then, like so many others, he vanished young. But the Greeks did not discard him. They gave him cults, shrines, a hero's status. In some corners of the ancient world, he was worshipped alongside his father. Perhaps the Greeks, ambivalent as they were about violence, respected someone who didn't hesitate. Still, his legacy is uneasy. Even the playwright struggled with him. In Sophocles' Philoctetes, we see a different Neoptolemus, a conflicted boy, torn between duty and honour. Odysseus sends him to deceive Philoctetes, to steal the bow of Heracles. But Neoptolemus cannot go through with it. He is drawn to pity, to decency. It's a fascinating portrayal. Not the blood-soaked youth of Troy, but a thoughtful young man trying to make sense of a brutal world. It's hard to say whether Sophocles was offering an alternate version or a redemption arc. Greek tragedy, after all, often reinterpreted its heroes. What mattered was not the facts, such as they were, but the moral weight of the story. Historically speaking, Epirus did indeed have myths connecting it to Neoptolemus and his descendants. The Molossian dynasty, one of the more powerful Greek royal lines, claimed to trace its roots back to him. Through them, so too would Alexander the Great, whose mother Olympias came from that bloodline. Alexander, never one to resist a good myth, was quite pleased by the association. In this way, Neoptolemus lived on, not just in tragedy, but in genealogy. And what of Andromache, who followed him from Troy to Epirus? She bore him sons. One, named Molossus, would become the ancestor of kings. Andromache, so often portrayed as a grieving widow, was also a survivor. In some versions of the myth, after Neoptolemus' death, she married Helenus, the Trojan seer, and son of Priam, who had also survived. Together they ruled a small kingdom, a curious echo of Troy on Greek soil. Her journey, from princess to slave to queen, was perhaps the longest of them all. She adapted. She endured. In Greek drama, she is often the voice of memory, of what was lost and what still hurts. The aftershocks of Neoptolemus's brief life rippled far. In Rome, Virgil gives us the Aeneid, where a wandering Trojan, Aeneas, meets Andromache in Epirus. She tells him her tale. A tale of ruins, exile, and quiet resilience. It is a sobering moment, buried in a poem otherwise full of triumphal destiny. Even the Romans, who admired conquest, seemed to pause at her story. And then, as ever, there's the matter of legacy. Neoptolemus left no epics of his own, no Neotolia. He exists as a sequel, an epilogue to Achilles, a footnote to Troy. But in that short space, he managed to kill a king, win a city, and father a dynasty. Not bad for a teenager. And yet, one cannot help but wonder, what if he had lived longer? Would he have grown into a wise king? Would the rage have softened? Or would the fire that burned so brightly simply have burned everything near it? The Greeks were fond of such questions. In their myths, youth is often equated with danger. The young are full of force, but lack temperance. Achilles dies young. Patroclus dies younger. Neoptolemus continues the pattern. The gods, it seems, did not permit long lives to those who shine too brightly. Perhaps that's why Odysseus, older and greyer, survives his journey. Not because he is stronger, but because he is slower, more cautious, more cunning. The flame that flickers lasts longer than the one that blazes. So tonight we leave Neoptolemus not in the blood-stained temple of Delphi, nor on the smoking battlements of Troy, but somewhere in the quiet hills of Epirus, a young man still learning how to wield a crown. Perhaps he stands at the edge of a cliff, wind tugging at his cloak, staring out at the sea his father once crossed, wondering if he is meant for more than war. Or perhaps not. Perhaps his story ends exactly as it should. Brief, brilliant, and sharp-edged. A warning and a memory. The kind of hero whose fire lit up the sky, if only for a moment. There are homecomings, and then there are Greek homecomings, where the phrase "welcome back" is often followed by murder. And no tale of post-Trojan drama better captures this grim tradition than that of Agamemnon, High King of Mycenae, brother to Menelaus, leader of the Greek forces, and, depending on whom you ask, either a victorious hero or a monumentally unlucky husband. Let us begin at the beginning, or rather, the very inconvenient middle. Before Agamemnon ever set sail for Troy, he made what we might call a tactical error in the eyes of the gods. While preparing the fleet, he killed a sacred stag belonging to Artemis and then boasted about it. Now, if there's one thing Greek gods do not tolerate, it is mortals making noise about how clever or powerful they are, especially when they've just murdered divine wildlife. Artemis responded in kind. She stilled the winds, trapping the Greek fleet in Aulis. No sailing, no war, no progress. The solution, a sacrifice, a human one. Enter Iphigenia, Agamemnon's daughter. He lured her to Aulis under the pretense of marrying her to Achilles. The usual wedding lie. When she arrived, instead of a ceremony, she got an altar. The accounts diverge. Some say Artemis snatched her away at the last moment and replaced her with a deer. Others say the blade fell. Either way, Clytemnestra, Agamemnon's wife and Iphigenia's mother, was not amused. Now fast forward 10 years. Troy is in ruins. Agamemnon is finally coming home, bringing with him not just spoils of war, but Cassandra, the Trojan princess and prophetess, as a concubine. Yes, quite the diplomatic choice. Bringing the enemy king's daughter and your own mistress home after killing your daughter and being gone for a decade. Even Odysseus might have raised an eyebrow. As his ship approached Mycenae, Agamemnon would have seen the familiar cliffs and olive groves of his kingdom, the walls of his palace shining in the sun, and perhaps, just perhaps, he imagined a peaceful return, a soft bed, a hot meal, his people singing of his glory. What he got was Clytemnestra. While he had been off conquering, she had been stewing. 10 years is a long time to hold a grudge, but Clytemnestra was nothing if not patient. She had also taken a lover, Aegisthus, cousin to Agamemnon, and a man with his own complicated family tree. This wasn't merely a matter of betrayal. It was lineage, revenge, and domestic theatre, all in one. According to Aeschylus, when Agamemnon arrived, Clytemnestra greeted him warmly, a little too warmly. She rolled out a purple carpet, a colour reserved for the gods, and invited him to walk upon it. Agamemnon, slightly wary, hesitated. Walking on such fabric was a display of arrogance, practically daring divine punishment. But eventually he relented and entered the palace. He never walked out again. There are several versions of his murder. Some say Clytemnestra lured him into a bath, entangled him in robes, and then stabbed him. Others say she used an axe, or perhaps a sword, with Aegisthus dealing the final blow. The details differ, but the outcome does not. The High King, triumphant in Troy, died naked and unguarded in his own home, cut down not by enemy swords, but by a vengeful wife and a jealous cousin. And Cassandra? She had foreseen all of it. She had seen the palace, the blood, her own end, but true to her curse, no one believed her. Even as she stepped into the house, she knew it was a tomb, and yet she went, calm, resigned, perhaps tired of always knowing what no one else could see. She was killed beside Agamemnon, her death adding a final insult to the Trojan tragedy. Now, to pause briefly for the historical note, Mycenae, as a real place, was one of the great palace complexes of the late Bronze Age. Walls of massive stone blocks, a lion gate still standing today, and shaft graves filled with gold. The Mycenaean rulers may have inspired the later myths, their splintered histories providing the backdrop for tales of ambition and blood. And Agamemnon. His so-called tomb was uncovered by Heinrich Schliemann in the 19th century. A grand grave with a golden mask. The archaeologists remained sceptical about whose bones lay inside, but the poetry endures. Back to the myth, the murder of Agamemnon did not bring peace. It merely shifted the curse down a generation. For you see, Agamemnon had a son, Orestes, and a daughter, Electra. They had waited, grown up under the shadow of a murdered father and a mother-turned monarch. In most versions, Orestes was sent away as a child for his safety, but the gods, or at least the playwrights, would not let him rest. Years later, Orestes returned to Mycenae. Like so many Greek stories, this too became a question of duty versus morality. Apollo had commanded him to avenge his father, but to do so, he would have to commit matricide, to kill his own mother. Even in the flexible ethics of myth, this was a dark and terrible dilemma. Orestes hesitated, but not for long. With the help of Electra, who had her own catalogue of grievances, he crept into the palace. In some versions, he killed Aegisthus first, then Clytemnestra. In others, he hesitated at the final moment, overcome by horror, only to finish the deed as she begged for her life. The result was the same. The house of Atreus, never particularly blessed, was awash in blood once more. But justice, in the Greek sense, never comes clean. No sooner had Orestes avenged his father than he was pursued by the Furies, or Erinyes, ancient goddesses of vengeance. They hounded him day and night, clawing at his mind, whispering guilt into every shadow. He wandered, sleepless and raving, a man driven mad by the price of justice. Eventually, he found his way to Athens, where Athena herself presided over his trial. This moment, dramatized in Aeschylus's Eumenides, marks one of the first symbolic shifts in Greek literature. From vengeance to law, from blood feud to courtroom. Athena cast the deciding vote in his favour, and the Furies, pacified, transformed into the Eumenides, the kindly ones. A tidy ending, though one suspects the family dinners remained awkward. As for Clytemnestra, she too lingers in myth, a ghost never quite exorcised. Some saw her as monstrous, a wife who betrayed her king. Others, especially in later literature, cast her as tragic, a woman who had suffered too long, too deeply to remain silent. Her act was unforgivable, yes, but perhaps also inevitable. Greek myth was never terribly interested in happy marriages. They were stories of passion, betrayal, revenge, the kind of things that made for good theatre and terrible family life. In Agamemnon and Clytemnestra, we see the collision of power and pain. A king who sacrificed his daughter for wind, a queen who waited 10 years to strike, and a son caught in the middle. Even the name House of Atreus carries weight. Atreus, Agamemnon's father, had his own scandalous past. He once murdered his brother's children and fed them to him at a banquet. Yes, a family dinner where the main course was revenge. The curse that followed them all, Agamemnon, Orestes, and even Electra, was said to have begun there, in blood and deceit. It's almost as if the Greeks were trying to tell us something about inheritance. To the ancient mind, families could carry curses as surely as they carried wealth. The sins of the father, and grandfather, and great-uncle were not easily forgotten. The gods might forgive. The Furies would not. And perhaps that's why the tragedy of Agamemnon strikes such a deep chord. It isn't about a king dying in war. It's about what happens after. The slow rot beneath the golden throne, the wife pacing the palace year after year, the child who must decide which parent to betray. There's a quiet horror to it. No monsters, no sieges, no divine thunderbolts. Just the simple terror of returning home to find everything waiting, and none of it good. Tonight, then, let us walk through the palace halls of Mycenae. The hearths are cold. The walls still smell faintly of cedar and blood. Shadows flicker where once kings dined and children played. Perhaps we hear the echo of Cassandra's warning, or the creak of purple carpets beneath sandaled feet. Here, in these stones, the past does not rest. It broods. So let the night fall softly. Let the torches gutter and the marble chill. And remember that not every victory ends in cheers. Sometimes it ends in silence and the slow closing of a door. After the siege of Troy had finally crumbled into dust and ash, the Greeks, those few who had survived the gods, the Trojans and one another, prepared to sail home. Some did not make it past the shoreline, others would never arrive at all, and a few, like Menelaus, king of Sparta, would find themselves dragged on a journey so improbable that it would seem they'd offended not only the gods but perhaps time itself. Menelaus, you'll remember, was the man whose wife, Helen, was spirited away by Paris, thus igniting a 10-year war of mud, blood, and badly timed prophecies. When Troy fell and the smoke cleared, Helen was returned to him, though returned may be too neat a word for what happened. Whether she came willingly, whether she was taken, or whether she had simply grown tired of Paris and ready for the next chapter, we shall never know. What we do know is that she was there on the Trojan shoreline when Menelaus gathered his ships, looking every bit as lovely as she had when the war began. He, on the other hand, had aged. 10 years of siege can do that to a man. They boarded the same ship, perhaps sitting side by side in silence, with only the creaking of oars and the gentle accusation of memory between them. What does one say, really, after all that? So, where were we? Their journey home should have been swift. Sparta was not far, relatively speaking, but the gods had other plans. The Greeks had committed various crimes on their way out of Troy, looting temples, killing supplicants, desecrating sacred spaces. Athena, in particular, had been slighted, and her wrath hung over the fleet like a thundercloud. While some ships were wrecked outright and others scattered, Menelaus's took a more circuitous route, an accidental grand tour of the Mediterranean, if you like, with storms, shipwrecks, and sea monsters included. One of the more exotic stops on this journey was Egypt. Yes, Egypt. Now it might seem strange that a Greek king would end up in Egypt on his way home, but the ancient world was far more connected than it sometimes appears. Trade routes stretched across the seas, and foreign ports were frequented by all manner of adventurers, merchants, and evidently stranded kings with missing wives. In fact, some versions of the myth, like those found in Herodotus, suggest that Helen never went to Troy at all. According to that version, Paris was blown off course and landed in Egypt with Helen in tow. There, the Egyptian king, horrified that Paris had abducted another man's wife, promptly took her into protective custody. Paris was sent away, and the real Helen remained in Egypt throughout the entire war, while a phantom Helen, an illusion, was in Troy. It's a rather elegant narrative solution, really. If true, it means the Greeks fought a 10-year war over a cloud, literally. The gods, it seems, had a taste for irony. But in most versions, Helen did go to Troy, and it was during the return from Troy that Menelaus found himself in Egypt, with his real, and possibly somewhat awkward, wife beside him. There, the myths tell us, he met Proteus, a prophetic sea god and old man of the sea who could shift shape at will. Proteus was not the sort of being one simply interviewed. He had to be captured, physically pinned down, and held through all his transformations until he relented and spoke. And so, following local advice, Menelaus crept upon Proteus while he napped on the shore among his seals. Yes, seals. And wrestled him into submission as he morphed into fire, water, a lion, a serpent, and various other alarming shapes. Menelaus held on. One imagines him swearing quietly throughout, until the god gave up and agreed to speak. Proteus, apparently impressed or simply annoyed, told Menelaus how to appease the gods and continue his journey. Sacrifices would be required, as always, and some divine grovelling. He also informed Menelaus that his brother Agamemnon had been murdered upon returning home. One imagines that news landing like a stone in Menelaus's chest. Victorious, yes, but at what cost? Eventually, with the proper rites performed and favourable winds at last, Menelaus and Helen continued their return voyage. It is said that their journey took 8 years in total. 8 years to come home to a city that had once sung their names, now perhaps quiet with confusion or resentment. And here's where the myth gets complicated. Menelaus and Helen resumed their rule in Sparta. Their homecoming, unlike Agamemnon's, was not met with knives. The palace gates opened, the hearth fires were lit, the people bowed, and yet something must have shifted between them. A decade apart, a war, a long sail through hostile waters, a marriage frayed by the gods themselves. In Homer's Odyssey, when Telemachus visits Sparta in search of news of his father, Odysseus, he finds Menelaus and Helen living in elegant domesticity, surrounded by servants, tapestries, and quiet luxury. Helen, ever the gracious hostess, offers potions to ease sorrow, pours wine, and reminisces about the old days. Her beauty intact, her memory selective. In one scene, she casually tells of how, during the Trojan War, she had once walked the walls of Troy and mimicked the voices of the Greek wives below, trying to lure the soldiers out from the belly of the wooden horse. A chilling little anecdote. Her voice, calling to them in the voices of their beloveds. Whether she did it in jest, or malice, or confusion, is left ambiguous. Homer, with his characteristic subtlety, lets the moment pass unjudged. Menelaus listens. He does not interrupt. Perhaps he's heard the story before. But Homer also gives Menelaus a unique fate. While most Greek heroes die bloody deaths or vanish into obscurity, Menelaus is rewarded. According to Book 4 of the Odyssey, he will not die at all. Because he is the husband of Helen, daughter of Zeus, he is destined to be sent at the end of his life to the Elysian fields, a sort of Greek paradise at the edge of the world, where the air is always mild, the sun never too hot, and heroes may relax without fear of divine punishment. It's an odd reward, given how much trouble he endured, but perhaps the gods felt he'd earned it. As for Helen, her later fate is as inconsistent as ever. In Sparta, she was worshipped after her death, or perhaps even before it. A temple to Helen stood there, and offerings were made in her name. Some said she had been taken to Olympus, made divine by Zeus himself. Others claimed she fled to Rhodes, where she was hanged by the widow of one of the Greek warriors who died at Troy, a bitter form of justice. And in some strange accounts, she even married again to Achilles himself in the afterlife, reunited in the Isles of the Blessed, where mythologies merge and old enmities are forgotten. But the Menelaus-Helen saga remains one of the most enigmatic. There are no great battles in their post-war tale, no wrath of Achilles, no suitors slain, just the slow, strange return of two people bound together by fate, reputation, and possibly very little else. And what do we make of Menelaus then? He is not the most glamorous of the Greeks, not the strongest, not the cleverest. He does not give stirring speeches or launch dramatic solo attacks. But he endures. He reclaims his wife. He survives the gods. He returns home. He is, in some ways, the everyman of the epic. Less radiant than Achilles, less sly than Odysseus, but steady. Slightly bewildered, often wrong-footed, but never broken. In the Iliad, he fights bravely but without glory. In the Odyssey, he rules with calm dignity. He is both cuckold and king, hero and husband. a man who simply wants his home, his wife, and a little peace. Which, given the state of the Greek mythological world, is quite the ambition. Historically, Sparta in the late Bronze Age may indeed have been the seat of a powerful ruler. Its later martial reputation, so famous in the classical period, was not yet fully formed. Instead, it was a place of trade, of sanctuaries, of richly decorated tombs. Menelaus and Helen, if they lived at all, would have ruled over a land of olive groves, river valleys, and slowly fading Mycenaean splendour. Perhaps they walked together in the evenings, king and queen of a world already slipping into legend. Perhaps they said very little to each other. Perhaps they had said everything during the war, and the silence was what came next. Tonight, then, let us drift with them on those endless Mediterranean waters, the ship gently rocking, the stars above foreign shores, Proteus shifting in his sleep somewhere beneath the waves, the long way home stretching onward, lined with omens and olive trees. And if the gods allow, perhaps, just perhaps, the sea will stay calm until morning. Some men return from war with scars and silence, others with treasure. But Odysseus, king of Ithaca, returned with stories, a great many of them. Whether he embellished a bit along the way, or a great deal, is beside the point. Tonight, we join him not for his triumphs, but for his meandering, frequently interrupted, occasionally bizarre 10-year journey home. Because for Odysseus, the war was only half the problem. The rest was everything else. The Odyssey, attributed to Homer, begins after Troy, and it opens not with the king himself, but with his household in disarray. His wife, Penelope, is weaving and unweaving a shroud each night to stave off aggressive suitors. His son, Telemachus, is awkward, moody, and increasingly suspicious that his father is never coming back. And the kingdom of Ithaca is slowly, inevitably, becoming someone else's. But where is Odysseus? Stranded, as it happens, on an island with a goddess. Her name is Calypso, and she is in no hurry to let him leave. For 7 years, she keeps him in a kind of bittersweet captivity, offering him immortality, love, and a worry-free existence. He declines, which may strike you as a strange choice. Immortality and divine companionship are nothing to sneeze at. But Odysseus, for all his cleverness, is a man fixated on home. Even if home is full of suitors drinking his wine and eyeing his wife. Eventually the gods intervene. Hermes arrives with a message from Zeus. Let him go. Calypso, grumbling, obeys. Odysseus builds a raft and sets sail, only to be shipwrecked almost immediately by Poseidon, who still holds a grudge. The sea god had never forgiven Odysseus for blinding his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus. More on that shortly. He washes up on the shores of Scheria, home of the Phaeacians, who are helpful, curious, and crucially enjoy a good tale. Here, Odysseus finally begins to recount what's happened since Troy. His adventures unfold in a long, winding flashback, a kind of dinner party storytelling session with a side of trauma. It begins with his first detour, Ismarus, land of the Cicones, where his men plunder a town only to be ambushed in return. A tactical misstep, if we're being generous. Next, the Lotus Eaters. Harmless, dreamy folk who offer his crew fruit that makes them forget everything, including the desire to return home. Odysseus has to physically drag his men back to the ships. It's the first hint that homecoming, for some, might not be as appealing as advertised. Then comes the Cyclops. Odysseus and his crew stumble upon the cave of Polyphemus, a one-eyed shepherd of considerable size and poor manners. They help themselves to his cheese and wine, rude, and are promptly trapped inside. Polyphemus begins eating them one by one. Odysseus, ever the schemer, tells the Cyclops his name is Nobody, gets him drunk, and drives a sharpened stake into his eye while he sleeps. The next morning, when Polyphemus howls for help, the other Cyclopes ask who's hurting him. "Nobody," he bellows, and so they leave him alone. A clever trick, but one that comes with a price. As they flee, Odysseus shouts his real name back to the blinded Cyclops, because of course he does. Pride. It undoes many a Greek hero. Polyphemus prays to his father, Poseidon, to curse Odysseus, and the sea god obliges. From here, it all unravels. At Aeolia, the god Aeolus gives Odysseus a bag containing all the winds, a rather generous gift. So close to Ithaca they can see the shoreline, Odysseus's crew, suspecting treasure, opens the bag. The winds explode, the ship is thrown back to Aeolia, and this time Aeolus refuses to help. Understandably. Next stop, Laestrygonians, giant cannibals. They destroy most of his fleet and eat quite a few men. Only one ship escapes. Then, Circe, a sorceress who turns men into pigs. Odysseus, aided by Hermes, resists her magic and becomes her lover instead. They stay a year. It's becoming a theme. Circe eventually helps him with directions, but to proceed, he must visit the underworld and speak with the prophet Tiresias. Down he goes, offering blood and prayers. In the gloom of Hades, he meets the ghost of Elpenor, one of his men who fell off a roof. He sees his mother, long dead. He speaks to Achilles, who admits that he'd rather be a poor farmer among the living than a lord among the dead. Even the great heroes, it seems, tire of their own glory. From the dead, Odysseus returns to Circe, then sets off again. Next, the sirens. Their song lures sailors to their deaths. Odysseus, ever curious, wants to hear it. He plugs his men's ears with wax and ties himself to the mast. The song is haunting, irresistible, but he cannot move, and so they pass safely. Then Scylla and Charybdis, a six-headed monster on one side, a deadly whirlpool on the other. They sail between the two, losing men to Scylla's snapping heads. It's not exactly a win, but it's better than total annihilation. Eventually, they land on Thrinacia, island of Helios, the sun god. They are warned not to touch his sacred cattle. Odysseus insists they obey, but when food runs out, his men predictably slaughter the cows. Helios complains to Zeus, who sends a storm to destroy the ship. Only Odysseus survives. He clings to driftwood, floats for days, and washes up on Ogygia, the island of Calypso. And thus the loop is complete. Back in the present, the Phaeacians, moved by his tale, offer Odysseus passage home. Poseidon, still cranky, turns their ship to stone. But Odysseus at last sets foot on Ithaca. He doesn't announce himself immediately. Always cautious, always calculating. Disguised as a beggar, thanks to Athena's help, he enters his own palace and surveys the chaos. Over 100 suitors have taken residence, drinking, feasting, and pressing Penelope to choose a new husband. Penelope, for her part, has stalled brilliantly. She told them she'd choose once she finished weaving a shroud for Odysseus's father. Each night she undid her day's work. For 3 years they were fooled. Eventually they caught her. But still she held firm. A woman of quiet genius, Odysseus, still disguised, is mocked by the suitors. He endures it, waits, plans. Finally he reveals himself. by stringing his old bow and shooting an arrow through 12 axe heads, a feat no one else could match. Then he kills them all, every last suitor, with arrows, swords, and help from his son and a few loyal servants. The great hall of Ithaca is soaked in blood. The crime, in Homer's eyes, is not vengeance, but hospitality violated. These men overstepped, and now the reckoning has come. But even after this, peace is not guaranteed. The families of the slain suitors rise up, ready to continue the cycle. Athena intervenes. A fragile truce is declared. And finally, the home that Odysseus longed for becomes his again, not just in bricks and walls, but in name and rule and quiet. Now the curious thing about Odysseus is that his tale doesn't end there. In some later traditions, Odysseus doesn't stay home. One version claims he grows restless and sets off again, this time westward, beyond the known world, seeking to find where the sea ends. Others say he was eventually killed by his own son, Telegonus, born of Circe, who arrives unknowingly in Ithaca and strikes down his father by mistake with a poisoned spear. A rather Greek ending, that, fated, ironic, and familial. But in Homer's version, Odysseus remains. Older, weathered, a king once more. Historically, the island of Ithaca, or rather, the various locations claiming to be it, has been the subject of much scholarly debate. Some archaeologists believe the Homeric Ithaca may not align with the modern island bearing the name. Others insist it does. Regardless, the Odyssey captures the essence of what it meant to be Greek in that age: to travel, to long for home, and to be wary of gifts from strangers. Odysseus stands apart from the other Greek heroes. Achilles sought glory, Agamemnon, power, Menelaus, perhaps, restoration. But Odysseus sought survival. He lies, cheats, weeps, hides, yet endures. He is flawed, brilliant, deeply human. The gods both love and torment him. The world resists him, but he adapts, he thinks. And slowly, painfully, he wins. And so tonight, let us rest beside him, our clever king, finally still. The storm has passed, the hearth is warm, the suitors are gone. Penelope sleeps nearby. The long oar lies in the corner silent. And perhaps, just perhaps, Odysseus dreams not of monsters or witches, but of olive trees, and the smell of bread baking, and the sound of waves brushing softly against the shore of home. It is one thing to be the hero of a great war, quite another to be the son of one. If Odysseus endured storms and monsters, his son Telemachus faced a different kind of trial altogether. The quiet, grating kind of hardship that involves waiting, watching, and wondering whether your father is ever coming home, or if the songs sung about him are more flattering than factual. When the Odyssey opens, Telemachus is no longer a boy, but not quite a man. He is, to borrow a Greek word, nepios, still soft of chin and uncertain of purpose. He lives in a palace overrun by suitors, where the food is being eaten, the wine poured too freely, and the servants uncertain where their loyalties lie. His mother Penelope weaves in the day and unweaves in the night, stalling the inevitable. But time, like the gods, waits for no one. And so, Telemachus is forced into an uncomfortable position. Half prince, half hostage, drifting through his own halls like a ghost of what should have been. No father, no control, only whispers of glory and an ever-tightening knot of expectation. Eventually, Athena, as is often the case when men are floundering, steps in, disguised as mentor, a name which would later be borrowed for the role of any wise advisor, though here it's quite literal. She encourages the lad to do something positively un-Greek, talk about his feelings and make a plan. Telemachus, emboldened by divine pep talk, sets off on a small but significant voyage. He sails to Pylos to visit Nestor, the venerable king and veteran of Troy, and then to Sparta, where Menelaus and Helen are holding court in relative serenity. In both places, he asks the same question: "Have you seen my father?" The answers are vague, scattered. Odysseus is alive, perhaps, or dead, or something in between. But the journey itself is more important than the destination. For the first time, Telemachus acts. He steps beyond the shadow of absence and into the uncertain light of selfhood. Meanwhile, Odysseus is making his own belated return. When the two are reunited in Ithaca, it is not the tearful embrace of storybooks. Odysseus, in disguise, reveals himself carefully. Telemachus does not know what to believe. The man has been gone for 20 years. He has, perhaps, become more myth than father. But belief once lit is hard to extinguish. They scheme together, they strike together, and in the end, they stand side by side over the corpses of the shooters. Father and son united not in words, but in shared purpose and spilled blood. Yet what happens after the vengeance? After the hall has been cleaned, the bow hung, and the island quiet once more? Here the stories splinter. In some versions, Telemachus becomes king after Odysseus' eventual death. In others, he leaves Ithaca behind entirely. One tradition, found in later Greek sources, claims that Telemachus marries Circe. Yes, that's Circe, the enchantress who once turned his father's men into pigs. In an act of mythological neatness, Odysseus' son and his former lover build a new dynasty on the island of Aiaia. Together, they have a son named Latinus, who, depending on your source, goes on to found part of Italy. The myth is fluid, as always, and the past has a tendency to loop back on itself in peculiar ways. There's also the tale of Telegonus, Circe's son with Odysseus. In one particularly ironic telling, Telegonus grows up unaware of his father's identity, sails off to find him, and accidentally kills him with a spear tipped with the venom of a stingray. In a gesture of mythical symmetry, he then marries Penelope, his father's widow, and Telemachus marries Circe. And so the entire family becomes a kind of mythological Rubik's Cube, scrambled, reconfigured, but somehow still functional. Let's take a moment to exhale. These tales, shifting and contradictory, are not meant to be consistent. The Greeks didn't worry about canon the way we do. Instead, they allowed their myths to breathe, expand, and change with the needs of each city, each poet, each generation. Telemachus, then, isn't a single character. He is an idea, a young man caught between legacy and identity, between the weight of his father's name and the pressure to make his own. Historically, the role of sons in ancient Greece was a serious business. Inheritance passed from father to son. The son was expected to honour the household gods, to maintain the family reputation, and to perform the funeral rites without fail. A man without sons was, in a sense, erased from the ongoing story of his oikos, his household, his lineage. Yet, as in myth, the position of sons was rarely simple. Take Orestes, son of Agamemnon, who we discussed in chapter 7. He avenged his father by killing his mother. Not exactly a tale you'd want performed at your birthday feast. Or Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, who went to war after his father died, took a central role in Troy's final destruction, and eventually met a murky end, killed in some stories by Orestes no less. Greek myth is a tangled net, and everyone gets caught eventually. These sons often inherited not only lands and titles, but the consequences of divine feuds, ancestral curses, and badly timed oracles. For every golden shield passed down, there seemed to be a family ghost lurking in the vestibule. Even Aeneas, a Trojan rather than a Greek, fits this mould. The son of Anchises and the goddess Aphrodite, Aeneas carries his aged father on his back out of burning Troy, a moving image that would echo down through Roman poetry. He is the dutiful son, chosen by fate to found what will one day become Rome. Yet his path, too, is laden with war, wandering and loss. These sons, like Telemachus, grew up not in the warmth of victory, but in the cold ash of aftermath. They inherited stories and wounds, and the knowledge that the age of heroes was slipping away, replaced not by peace, but by memory. There is something strangely modern about Telemachus. He is not interested in glory for its own sake. He is thoughtful, hesitant, observant. When Homer describes him in the Odyssey, it is often in quiet terms. He listens more than he speaks. He weighs each word. He watches his mother's sorrow and understands it without being consumed by it. He is, if you like, the transitional figure between the old world and the new. Odysseus is a man of cleverness, disguise, and decisive action. Telemachus is a man of reflection, diplomacy, and restraint. He stands at the threshold of myth and history, a figure shaped by the echoes of war, but not beholden to them. In this way, he speaks to the later Greeks, those of the classical period, who looked back on the age of heroes as a time of both splendour and savagery. Telemachus becomes a bridge, linking the impulsive blood feuds of the past with the more measured civic virtues of the present. And yet, he is still a son, still waiting for a father, still learning, as all sons must, that the man you idolize is rarely the man you get. Odysseus returns not as a shining hero, but as a weary, wily stranger who must be relearned, retrusted, reloved. Their relationship is not forged on battlefields, but around the slow rebuilding of a life interrupted. What remains of Telemachus in the end is not his name in epic songs, nor his slaying of suitors, nor his potential marriage to a sorceress. What lingers is the quiet dignity of his arc, a young man growing up in the long shadow of war, and finding, however haltingly, his own way forward. And perhaps that is the final message of these post-Trojan tales, that while the heroes crashed and burned in spectacular fashion, stabbed in bathtubs, drowned at sea, cursed by gods, their children carried on. They endured. They inherited not just the chaos, but the slow business of healing, of ruling, of remembering. For myth is not just the story of how wars are won, it is the story of what happens after. The rebuilding, the forgiveness, the inevitable forgetting. Telemachus, and others like him, remind us that every heroic age must end, and when it does, it falls to quieter hands to pick up the pieces. So tonight, let us imagine Telemachus in Ithaca, not the awkward boy scanning the sea for a sail, but the man walking the halls of a repaired palace. The roof mended, the suitors gone. The name of his father still spoken, but no longer clung to. Penelope weaving not in dread, but in peace. The wind outside is gentle, the stars indifferent. And somewhere in the corner, the great bow of Odysseus gathers dust. The age of heroes has ended. The age of men and memory has begun. Let us begin not with thunder or prophecy, but with a girl and her loom. She was called Arachne, a mortal with hands so deft they moved like wind through wool. Her tapestries shimmered with colour and precision, scenes so finely woven they seemed to breathe. People said she must have learned from Athena herself, which was the sort of praise one should never utter too loudly in ancient Greece. Arachne didn't deny it. In fact, she laughed. She said she was better. And that, you see, was a mistake. For the gods of Olympus were not distant, noble deities. They were near, always near. And they didn't particularly like being compared to mortals, let alone outdone by them. So Athena came down from the heavens, her pride pricked like a burr under the skin, and challenged the girl to a contest. 2 looms, 2 minds, one divine, one human. And Arachne's tapestry? It was exquisite, a panorama of the gods' misdeeds. Zeus seducing women in a dozen disguises, Poseidon ravishing Medusa in Athena's temple, Apollo chasing nymphs who wanted nothing to do with him. The thread glittered with uncomfortable truth. Athena's work, by contrast, was flawless and stern, a depiction of piety and punishment. But when she saw Arachne's piece, she flew into a rage, not because it was wrong, but because it wasn't. She tore it apart and struck the girl down. Then, in that strangely poetic cruelty the gods so loved, transformed her into a spider. And so Arachne still weaves, but without fingers, without pride, without a voice. A cautionary tale, and one that sets the tone. Because in Greek mythology, if a god notices you, it rarely ends well. The Olympians, you see, were not above meddling. They did not dwell on high with benevolent detachment. Number. They peered down, eyes sharp as hawks, looking for beauty, arrogance, wit, or defiance. Anything that might amuse or annoy them. Humans were their toys, their distractions, their cautionary examples. Take Semele, a mortal woman beloved of Zeus. He whispered sweet nothings into her ear and promised her anything she wished. And in a moment of fatal honesty, she asked to see him as he truly was, in all his divine radiance. Zeus warned her. He begged her to reconsider, but an oath was an oath. And when he revealed his true form, the brightness alone consumed her, burned to ash. Their unborn child, Dionysus, was saved only because Zeus sewed him into his own thigh, like a strange botanical graft. He was born later, with a head full of vines and madness. Another mortal, Io, suffered a different fate. She caught Zeus's eye, an unfortunate habit of many young women in mythology. To conceal her from Hera, Zeus turned her into a cow. A lovely cow, to be fair, but still. Hera, never one to be fooled for long, demanded the cow as a gift, and assigned Argus, a giant with 100 eyes, to guard her. And so Io wandered, watched always, pursued by a gadfly Hera sent to torment her. She crossed continents, became a legend. Eventually she was restored to human form, but not before learning that divine attention was a form of punishment in itself. Even mortals who never sought glory often found themselves dragged into the gods' schemes. Cassandra was one such soul. She was given the gift of prophecy by Apollo in exchange for her love. But when she changed her mind, as people do, Apollo did not take rejection well. He cursed her. She would still speak true prophecies, but no one would ever believe her. She saw the fall of Troy. She saw her own death. She saw fire and ruin, and no one listened, not once. The Greeks had a word for this kind of tragic arrogance, hubris. It wasn't just pride, it was overstepping. Crossing invisible lines drawn by gods who did not like their creations to become too clever, too bold, or too beautiful. Mortals who rose too high were always brought low. not always with death, but sometimes with something worse. Take Niobe, Queen of Thebes. She had many children, 12 in some stories, 14 in others, and she made the mistake of bragging that she was more deserving of worship than Leto, who had only 2. Unfortunately for Niobe, Leto's 2 children were Artemis and Apollo. They descended like arrows from the sky. One by one, Niobe's children fell. She wept and screamed and begged. In the end, the gods turned her to stone, a weeping rock carved by grief. And somewhere in Anatolia, the stone still stands. Mortals could rarely win, and when they did, it often came with strings attached, like poor Phaethon, who demanded proof that the sun god Helios was his father. Helios, bound by paternal pride and perhaps a touch of guilt, allowed him to drive the chariot of the sun for a day. A teenage boy, at the reins of a flaming, sky-burning, day-dragging chariot. It did not go well. He lost control. The sun veered too close to the earth. Fields scorched, rivers boiled, the world began to unravel. Zeus, ever the cosmic janitor, hurled a lightning bolt and ended it. Phaethon fell like a star and crashed into the river Eridanus. Mortals grieved, the gods moved on. Even the great wars of mortals were often started by divine pettiness. The Trojan War, for instance, did not begin with ships or sieges. It began with a golden apple. Eris, goddess of discord, wasn't invited to a divine wedding. So she did what any resentful guest might. She tossed a golden apple into the feast, inscribed with the words, "To the fairest." Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite all reached for it. They demanded a judge. And they found one in Paris, a Trojan prince tending sheep, far from the noise of court. Each goddess offered him a gift. Hera offered power. Athena offered wisdom and victory in battle. Aphrodite offered the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. He chose beauty. He chose Aphrodite. And that woman, Helen, was already married to a Spartan king. When Paris took her to Troy, the world ignited. 1,000 ships launched. Heroes died, cities burned. All because of one mortal asked to judge a divine beauty pageant. It should be said, no good ever came of mortals trying to decide which god was better. The gods didn't want truth. They wanted flattery. But mortals could not avoid them. Not really. They prayed. They sacrificed. They lit fires and poured wine and whispered names before sleep. The temples were many, and the gods were everywhere, not always listening, but always present. And the relationship was not about love. It was about survival. To be a mortal was to walk carefully, to give thanks quickly, to take no credit, even for your own genius, to hope, above all, to be overlooked. Because to be noticed by the gods was to become a story. And in Greek mythology, stories rarely ended well. The gods did not weep for mortals, they used them. Sometimes they gave gifts, yes. A golden touch here, a prophecy there. But the gifts often turned sour. Midas wished for everything he touched to turn to gold. And soon he could touch nothing. Not bread, not water, not his daughter. He begged for the gift to be taken back. It was. But not before he learned that divine generosity always has a price. Some mortals tried to outwit fate, but fate was older than the gods. The Moirai, the fates, spun, measured, and cut the threads of life. Even Zeus could not undo what they wove. Oedipus tried, told he would kill his father and marry his mother. He fled the home he knew, and in doing so, he fulfilled the prophecy. The very effort to escape his doom brought it into being. That was the cruel beauty of Greek myth. No one was above fate, not kings, not queens, not heroes, and certainly not mortals. So why, one might wonder, did people keep believing in these gods? Why pray to deities who punished more than protected? Because the gods explained the world. The storms, the floods, the sudden illnesses, the way fortunes rose and fell, all of it could be seen in the stories. The gods gave shape to chaos. They made meaning from suffering. They were not just punishers. They were metaphors, archetypes, warnings in flesh. And for all their flaws, they were unforgettable. To be immortal in Greek mythology was to be temporary. A momentary flash of joy or error, a name in a line of verse, a thread in the great tapestry of fate. Sometimes brilliant, often blood-stained, always fragile. And somewhere above or beyond, the gods watched, amused, displeased, or merely curious. And you, little mortal, you simply did your best to survive the story. It's one thing to make a mistake and suffer for it, but imagine being doomed not because of what you did, but because of what your great-great-grandfather once said to a god, possibly while drunk, and possibly while losing at dice. In the world of Greek mythology, curses were not simply misfortunes. They were legacy items. Heirlooms passed down with the family name. You could inherit your father's nose, your mother's eyes, and a divine malediction that would ruin your entire bloodline for generations. It made for a dramatic family tree, heavy on nobility, light on happy endings. Consider, for example, the House of Atreus, a dynasty so steeped in doom that it makes the average soap opera look like a church picnic. The trouble began, as it so often does, with a quarrel between brothers. Atreus and Thyestes, sons of Pelops, squabbled over the Mycenaean throne. There was betrayal, adultery, and then, inevitably, cannibalism. Atreus, having discovered that his brother had an affair with his wife, decided the appropriate response was to serve him a feast of his own children, artfully roasted. Now, you might assume the gods would intervene here. Smite someone. Send a memo. But no. The gods simply nodded grimly and let the curse settle in like a stain. From that moment on, the family was doomed. Atreus' son Agamemnon went on to become the commander of the Greek forces in the Trojan War, a great honour. He also sacrificed his daughter Iphigenia to get a favourable wind, spent 10 years at war, and was murdered in his bath upon returning home by his wife, Clytemnestra, and her lover. His surviving children then had to decide whether avenging their father was more important than not murdering their mother. A difficult position, even by mythological standards. Orestes, the son, chose vengeance. He killed Clytemnestra, and was promptly hounded across the land by the Furies, ancient goddesses of vengeance, with snakes for hair and a passion for justice that did not forgive matricide. Only with divine intervention and a trial at the Areopagus in Athens was Orestes finally acquitted. But even then, the stain lingered. The House of Atreus was the cautionary tale of cautionary tales. A bloodline cursed with betrayal, madness, and murder, not because each generation was evil, but because the weight of divine wrath could not be shaken off like old dust. And it wasn't just royal families who suffered this fate. Take Oedipus, poor, unfortunate Oedipus, born to Laius and Jocasta, king and queen of Thebes. Laius, like many mythical men, made a mistake. He abducted a young man, violating hospitality and sacred law. The gods frowned upon this, and a curse was laid. The prophecy came their child would kill his father and marry his mother. Naturally, they did what any responsible parents might do. They tried to have the baby killed. But the servant they tasked with the job couldn't quite bring himself to do it. He left the child to die on a hillside instead. A shepherd found him. The boy was raised in Corinth, unaware of his origins. Years later, Oedipus, now a young man, heard a whisper of prophecy himself, that he would kill his father and marry his mother. Horrified, he fled Corinth, trying to outrun destiny. But you can't outpace the fates. He met Laius on the road. There was an argument, as ancient fathers and sons are wont to have. A fight broke out. One man died. Later, Oedipus married Jocasta, queen of Thebes, and had children. The truth came slowly, horribly. Jocasta hanged herself. Oedipus blinded himself. And their children, Antigone and her siblings, would inherit not just a ruined throne, but a family history thick with sorrow. Greek tragedy, you see, doesn't bother with happy endings. It begins with the seed of ruin and watches it grow. This idea that a family line could be cursed wasn't just poetic fiction. The Greeks believed in something called miasma, a kind of spiritual pollution. It could be inherited. You could be born unclean because of the sins of your ancestors. Blood cries out for more blood, and until the cycle is broken, through sacrifice, exile, or divine mercy, it continues. We might see it as metaphor today. Generational trauma, the sins of the father. But for the Greeks, it was very literal. A spiritual rot that clung to a name, not unlike mildew on stone. You could change your clothes, your city, even your gods, but the curse remained. And so we find mortals who live in fear, not of what they might do, but what they are, who they are. Perseus, hero and slayer of Medusa, was himself born of questionable circumstance. His mother, Danae, was locked in a bronze chamber by her father, who had heard a prophecy that her child would kill him. Zeus, never one to let bronze get in the way of romance, visited her in the form of golden rain, one of the stranger seduction tactics in myth. Danae conceived. Perseus was born. The king, aghast, did not kill the child, but set mother and son adrift at sea. They survived. Perseus thrived. Years later he returned and, entirely by accident, struck his grandfather dead with a discus at some friendly games. Fate fulfilled. Even when no one meant any harm, prophecy finds its loopholes. These stories reflect something deep in the Greek psyche. The idea that fate is not something you can bargain with. It is a web already woven, and every step you take simply tangles you further. Mortals tried to be clever. They tried to outthink destiny, but the gods always smiled quietly and let them try. Sometimes the curse was physical. The line of Cadmus, founder of Thebes, was riddled with misfortune. His descendants included Pentheus, torn apart by his own mother in a frenzy of Dionysian madness, and Actaeon, who accidentally saw Artemis bathing and was transformed into a stag, then hunted and killed by his own hounds. Cadmus himself, after a life of toil and tragedy, was turned into a serpent. His wife too. They slithered off into obscurity, perhaps the kindest ending in that entire family history. But not all cursed families were royal. Some were simply too beautiful for their own good. Take the tale of Phaedra, wife of Theseus. Her stepson, Hippolytus, was a devout follower of Artemis. So devout, in fact, that he shunned all love and scorned Aphrodite. And you can imagine how well that went. Aphrodite, goddess of love and vengeance, arranged for Phaedra to fall in love with him. It was unnatural, tragic. When he rejected her, she took her own life and left a note claiming he had attacked her. Theseus cursed his son, and Poseidon, never one to pass up a smiting, obliged. Hippolytus died, dashed against the rocks by his own chariot horses. You could die because your family was cursed, or because a god wanted revenge on someone you reminded them of, or simply because you existed in the orbit of doomed people. Misery was contagious. The Greeks didn't believe in fairness, not in the modern sense. They believed in Moira, one's share, one's portion of fate. Some were given great glory, others were given ruin, sometimes both. But what about redemption, you might ask? What about mortals who escaped the curse? They're rare, but not impossible. Orestes, hounded by the Furies, eventually received a trial in Athens. The jury was split, half for acquittal, half for condemnation. Athena herself cast the deciding vote, not in the name of justice but mercy. And in that moment, a new idea emerged, that law might one day replace vengeance, that perhaps a man need not be defined solely by his ancestors' crimes. It was a glimmer of hope, a small one. But there it was. In the meantime, the average mortal lived quietly, married carefully, prayed constantly, one eye on the gods, one foot in the dirt, hoping the sins of the father had not already taken root in the son. To be a mortal in Greek mythology was to live in a story that began long before you were born, and might not end until long after you were gone. Your life was a single verse in a tragic poem, shaped by bloodlines, curses, and the unpredictable whims of fate. You might rise, you might fall, but you would not escape the weight of your name. And if the gods whispered your family's name in Olympus, whether in praise or in jest, that was rarely a good sign. There are many lessons to learn from Greek mythology, but one stands above the rest, carved like a warning into the very foundations of Mount Olympus. Do not talk back to the gods. Don't question them. Don't correct them. Don't get clever, sarcastic, or poetic. Don't mutter under your breath. Don't sigh too loudly. And above all, do not, under any circumstances, try to win an argument, because they will hear you. They always do. And while gods may be immortal, their egos are surprisingly brittle. Take the case of Pentheus, king of Thebes, young, proud, fond of order. He ruled with a sharp eye and a firm hand. And then Dionysus arrived. Now, Dionysus was not your typical Olympian. Born of a mortal mother, Semele, and carried in Zeus's thigh, he straddled the line between divine and human, wild and civilized, wine and wrath. His worship was strange, ecstatic, dancing in the woods, drinking, shouting, shedding inhibition like a snakeskin. Pentheus, unimpressed, declared it nonsense. He banned Dionysian rites, arrested the god in disguise, mocked his long hair, and in the sort of fatal decision only a tragic character could make, decided to spy on the Bacchic women in their revels, dressed as one of them. He crept into the forest in a flowing gown, perched in a tree for a better view, and there, in the moonlight, the women saw him. But they did not see a man. Dionysus clouded their minds. They saw a lion. They attacked. His own mother, Agave, was first to reach him. She tore him down. He died in pieces, smiling up at the stars. The gods are nothing if not theatrical. Pentheus's crime? He laughed. He doubted. He told the gods they were nonsense. And the gods, it turns out, have a very clear opinion on nonsense. Another fellow who learned this the hard way was Capaneus. a warrior in the myth of the seven against Thebes. He scaled the city walls, bold as brass, and declared aloud, in the middle of battle, that not even Zeus could stop him. Zeus did stop him, with a lightning bolt, instant death, crisped mid-sentence. There's a curious silence that follows stories like these, a kind of collective holding of breath, because the moral is never subtle. Speak out of turn, and you will be turned to ash, or stone, or mist, or a cautionary statue in some temple courtyard. Even those who told the truth, not lies, but inconvenient truths, were punished. Cassandra, Princess of Troy, was given the gift of prophecy by Apollo. But when she rejected his advances, or rather accepted the gift and then rejected him, he cursed her. She would still see the future, yes. She would see it clearly, brilliantly, unbearably, but no one would ever believe her. She warned of the Trojan horse, of the sack of the city, of her own death, and every word fell like dust. Disbelieved, ignored, dismissed. The gods, you see, don't mind if you're right, as long as it's flattering. If it's not, well, you'll find yourself yelling into the void. And sometimes the punishment came not from the god directly, but through the very forces of fate itself. Take Arachne. You'll remember her from earlier. The weaver who dared claim she was better than Athena. The detail often overlooked in her story is this. She was right. Her tapestry was beautiful. It told the truth. It depicted the gods' crimes, their disguises, their seductions. And Athena, though furious, could not deny the skill. So she destroyed the work. And the girl. Because it is not enough to be right. You must also be reverent. And in ancient Greece, reverence did not mean quiet belief. It meant submission. It's easy to judge the gods as petty. And to be fair, they often were. But their responses reflect something deeper about the way the Greeks saw the world. The gods were not moral exemplars. They were not just or fair in the way we use those terms now. They were powerful, and that, in the ancient world, was the only justice that mattered. Power could not be questioned without consequence. The gods represented not ideals, but forces. The sea was Poseidon, stormy, unpredictable, capable of bounty or destruction. Wisdom was Athena, cold, strategic, sometimes cruel. Love was Aphrodite, capricious, overwhelming, delightfully irrational. To insult a god was to insult the very fabric of the world. To question Artemis was to court death in childbirth. To laugh at Demeter was to risk famine. And the gods did not need to punish you personally. Sometimes they let your own words do the damage. Consider Niobe again, the queen who bragged about her many children, mocking Leto for having only 2. It was not just pride, it was speech. She voiced disrespect. She put it into the world. And so Leto's children, Apollo and Artemis, struck her family down, one by one. When the last child died, Niobe fled to a mountain top and begged the gods to end her suffering. They granted her request, turned her to stone. Even her tears, they say, became part of the mountain, always weeping, never changing. It's tempting to imagine these stories as metaphors, cautionary tales for courtly behaviour. But in ancient Greece, they were lived truths. Not literal, perhaps, but deeply embedded in ritual and thought. People didn't just fear the gods, they feared saying the wrong thing near a shrine, making a joke during a sacrifice, yawning too loudly during a festival. Speech was power, and power could summon attention. And attention, divine attention, was rarely a blessing. The Greek term for this was asebeia. impiety. It didn't mean heresy in the modern sense. It meant acting improperly toward the divine, speaking out of turn, behaving without the right reverence. Socrates, the philosopher, was executed not for atheism, but for asabeia, corrupting the youth, introducing new gods, and failing to honour the old ones. The gods did not require you to love them, but they demanded respect. The curious thing is, the gods themselves rarely held to the same standard. Zeus was a serial adulterer. Hera was vengeful beyond reason. Poseidon flooded cities in fits of pique. Apollo flayed a man alive for losing a music contest. And yet, to question their actions was to invite ruin. It was a divine paradox. You were expected to worship beings whose flaws were legendary, and you had to do it with sincerity. And so, the average mortal developed a very pragmatic relationship with religion. You honoured the gods because it was safer that way. You made offerings. You said your prayers. You did not boast. You did not challenge. And if the gods smiled on you, wonderful. And if they didn't, you assumed you'd offended them somehow and tried harder. There's a quiet desperation in that, a sort of cosmic appeasement, a reminder that in a world ruled by immortals with bad tempers, the only real power mortals had was silence. Which brings us to another kind of punishment, not dramatic, not fiery, not sudden, but slow, oblivion. The Greeks believed in kleos, glory the kind that lives on in stories. But if you defied the gods in some quiet, unseen way, you might not be struck down. You might simply be forgotten. No songs, no statues, no name carved into stone. To be remembered was its own kind of immortality. To be erased was the cruelest fate of all. That, perhaps, is why so many Greek mortals died dramatically. They weren't just unlucky, they were memorable. To live quietly was safe, but it meant no glory, no legacy. And so mortals danced along a razor's edge, seeking renown but fearing offence, wanting to be known but not cursed, wanting most of all to speak their truth without being struck by lightning. But the gods were always listening, even when they pretended not to be, especially then. And so, dear listener, if you ever find yourself wandering the paths of ancient Greece, under a fig tree or beside a bubbling spring, and you feel tempted to complain aloud about your lot in life, perhaps wait until you're well out of earshot, because one of them might be listening, and one of them might be bored, and mortals who talk back tend not to talk long. You're walking along a dusty road. There's a cool breeze, the scent of thyme and olive in the air, and the sound of distant goats. All is calm. All is ordinary. And then, suddenly, a creature the size of a house steps out from behind a rock and decides you look like lunch. Welcome to a fairly typical Tuesday in ancient Greek mythology. For mortals, the world was never just fields and sky. It was also lairs. Caves, cliffs, forests thick with teeth and scales. You never quite knew what might be lurking behind the next olive tree. A shepherd, a satyr, or a three-headed dog. The Greeks were particularly fond of monsters. Not in the way modern stories might treat them. Misunderstood, sympathetic, tragic. No, their monsters were, generally speaking, quite content being horrible. They didn't need complex motivations, they just needed appetites. And unfortunately, mortals were often the preferred dish. Let us begin with one of the greats, the Chimera. Not just one beast, but three. A lion in the front, a goat sprouting from its back, and a snake for a tail. It breathed fire, of course, because why not? Its purpose in life appeared to be to roam the countryside, burning livestock and incinerating anyone with a torch and a sword who thought they might make a name for themselves. Heroic, yes, but also flammable. Then there's Scylla. Poor sailors. They thought the worst part of their journey was the open sea, the storms, the pirates, the hunger. But then they reached the straits, narrow and perilous. On one side, a whirlpool named Charybdis, which could suck down entire ships like a drunkard draining a wineskin. And on the other, Scylla, a rock-dwelling horror with 12 legs, 6 heads, and a fondness for plucking sailors off decks like hors d'oeuvres. There was no safe route. If you steered away from one, you veered too close to the other. And in life, as in myth, some choices are not about winning. They're about minimizing how much of your crew you lose. Or take the Minotaur. Half man, half bull. Raised in a labyrinth so complex that even its builder barely escaped. This monster was the result of a long and unfortunate chain of divine meddling and royal bad judgment. A queen enchanted to fall in love with a bull, an architect with too much imagination, and a child born of that union, imprisoned forever in darkness. The Athenians, having displeased King Minos of Crete, were forced to send 7 young men and 7 maidens every 9 years as tribute, to be released into the labyrinth. None returned. Until, of course, Theseus came along with his ball of string and healthy levels of self-confidence. But for decades before that, the Minotaur simply ate. That was the thing about monsters in Greek mythology. They weren't just dangers, they were reminders, symbols, warnings perhaps, that the world wasn't made for human comfort. That out there, in the deep places, the gods had let chaos roam free. And mortals? Mortals were often the price paid for order. The Sphinx, perched outside Thebes, was another such price. She asked riddles. If you answered incorrectly, she killed you. For weeks, months, perhaps even years, travellers passed, tried, failed, died. Until Oedipus, clever, doomed Oedipus, came along and answered her question correctly. The Sphinx leapt from her perch and perished, which sounds like a victory, until you remember that this was only the beginning of Oedipus's troubles. Solving one monster's riddle only led him deeper into the riddle of his own blood. These creatures weren't all created equal either. Some were born of primordial forces, like Typhon, a storm demon so massive and terrible that the gods themselves fled Olympus when he rose. Others were spawned by Echidna, the mother of all monsters, who seemed to have a very productive relationship with Typhon, birthing Hydra, Cerberus, and a host of other delightful creatures best admired from a distance. Hydra, for instance, was a serpent with multiple heads. When you cut one off, 2 more grew in its place. A handy metaphor, really, for problems that get worse the more you meddle. Or, in the case of Heracles, just another day's work. Heracles, the closest thing Greek mythology has to a full-time monster exterminator, spent his life dealing with the gods' unfinished business. Giant boars, man-eating birds, hellhounds, all sent his way, usually as part of a labour assigned by a cowardly king or an angry god. One gets the sense that the Olympians didn't like clearing up their messes. They just created monsters, then waited for some sweaty mortal with a club to solve the problem. And when he did, they might grant him a wreath, or more likely, send him another one. Even beautiful creatures could be deadly. The sirens, for instance, sat on craggy rocks by the sea, singing songs so sweet that sailors forgot themselves. Forgot food, sleep, wives, children, everything. They steered toward the sound, dashed their ships on the rocks, and died smiling. Odysseus, clever man that he was, stuffed his crew's ears with wax and tied himself to the mast, just to hear their song without being lured. A rare case of a man encountering a monster and surviving with his life and ego intact. More often, mortals stumbled upon danger with no warning. A flash of feathers, a shadow in the sky, a hiss from a cave. The ancient Greek countryside in myth was riddled with hazards, not just beasts, but divine punishments given form. And yet, despite all this, monsters were necessary. They gave heroes something to fight. They shaped stories into arcs, from fear to confrontation to sometimes triumph. But for the ordinary mortal, the non-hero, the farmer or fisher or child caught in the crossfire, they were simply a reminder that the world was not safe. Imagine living in a time when no explanation existed for earthquakes or droughts, where disease had no clear cause, where lightning struck without warning. The world must have seemed full of unseen forces. And so the Greeks filled that uncertainty with teeth and wings and claws. But monsters were not just symbols of nature. They were also warnings about behaviour. Take Medusa. She began, in some versions, as a beautiful maiden. But after Poseidon assaulted her in Athena's temple, the goddess punished her, not Poseidon, by turning her into a gorgon, snake hair, petrifying gaze, solitude eternal. What was she really? A monster? Or a woman transformed by divine wrath into something others should fear? Perhaps both. The Greeks understood that monsters were not just born, they were made. Often they were mortals first, changed by curses, by jealousy, by vengeance. The line between human and beast was always thin. Lycaon, for example, was a king who served Zeus human flesh disguised as hospitality. In return, he was turned into a wolf. An early werewolf tale, if you like, but also a message: offend the gods, and you might lose more than your manners. Even lovers of gods could become monsters. Take Lamia, once a queen of Libya, beloved by Zeus. Hera, naturally, took offence. As punishment, Lamia's children were slain. Grief drove her mad. Hera then added a cruel twist. Lamia was cursed never to sleep and to devour the children of others. She became a night-stalking demon, feared in lullabies. But beneath the horror was sorrow. Her monstrousness was not her fault. It was her sentence. In this way, monsters in Greek myth were often tragic. Not in a soft, modern sense, but in the hard, classical sense of the word. They suffered, they frightened, they died, but they were never senseless. They meant something. Even Cerberus, the three-headed hound of Hades, had his purpose. He stood at the gates of the underworld, let souls in, did not let them out. A monster, yes, but also a guardian, a cosmic border collie of sorts. And so mortals lived with monsters not just in story, but in worldview. They were the teeth in the darkness, the consequences of divine will, or human folly, or simply the old world not yet tamed. No mortal could kill them all. No city could be safe forever. But they endured. They built temples to gods who might keep monsters away. They passed down tales, how to defeat them, how to avoid them, how to live with knowledge that they might always be nearby. For some, monsters were an invitation, a chance to rise, to become a hero, to carve their name in the annals of myth. For others, they were just bad luck, a wrong turn, a scream in the night, and for most, they were simply a reminder that the world was not made for their comfort. It was a place of beauty, yes, but also of wings in the sky, scales beneath the waves, eyes in the dark. And when the gods were bored, or careless, or cruel, they let the monsters roam free. There's a strange thing about Greek heroes. They shine like stars in poetry, cast in bronze, immortalized in epic. Their names echo through the centuries: Achilles, Heracles, Jason, Odysseus. But if you pause a moment and really look at their stories, not the glory, but the lives themselves, you might begin to wonder, was it worth it? Because to be a hero in Greek mythology was to be famous, yes, but also to be hunted, cursed, betrayed, punished, exiled, tormented by the gods, and, without fail, to die tragically. You were heroic, but you were disposable. Let's begin with the most obvious case, Achilles, the poster boy of Greek heroism. Stronger than all, faster than most, and blessed or cursed with a choice. Live a long, quiet life in obscurity, or die young and gain eternal glory. Naturally, he chose the latter. This is Greek myth after all. Longevity was never fashionable. So he sailed for Troy, fought for 10 long years, killed Hector, dragged his body around the city walls, and then one morning was struck down by a single arrow, guided by Apollo, fired by Paris, and aimed at the one soft place on his body, the heel. It's poetic, of course, but also rather deflating. All that strength, all that wrath. And in the end, one tiny vulnerability was enough. Because heroes were never allowed to simply age. They didn't retire. They didn't settle down and write memoirs. They didn't even get to enjoy their triumphs. They existed to die at the right moment, in the right way, for the right song to be sung. And the gods made sure of it. Heracles, or Hercules, if you prefer the Latin form, is another fine example. A man so strong he held up the sky, cleaned the stables of Algaeus in a single afternoon, and strangled snakes in his cradle. But for all his power, he was never free. The 12 labours, those famous feats, were not optional. They were penance. You see, in a fit of madness sent by Hera, Heracles killed his wife and children. The punishment? Service. Labour. Tasks so monstrous they might as well have been death sentences. And even after completing them, he didn't get peace. His life ended in agony, poisoned by a tunic soaked in centaur blood. A gift from his second wife, who had been tricked into thinking it would ensure his fidelity. He died on a pyre, flames consuming the mortal half of him, the divine half ascending to Olympus. Yes, the gods welcomed him in the end, but only after they had burned him down to his bones. Then there's Jason. Handsome, charming, ambitious Jason. He assembled the finest team in mythology, the Argonauts, and sailed off to win the Golden Fleece. It was a dazzling journey. Monsters, clashing rocks, enchanted lands, and of course Medea, the brilliant, terrifying sorceress who helped him succeed, killed for him, betrayed her family for him. And what did he do when they returned? He married another woman, Medea responded, as Medea does, by murdering their children and leaving him broken and alone. Jason, once so glorious, died years later when a beam from his rotting ship fell and crushed him. A hero, forgotten, killed not by war or wrath, but by neglect and gravity. These men, lion-hearted, battle-scarred, were never truly safe. Not from monsters, nor from their friends, nor even from their own choices. their greatness didn't protect them. In fact, it often attracted the worst. The gods were quick to take offence at mortals who gained too much glory. After all, divine attention was rarely a compliment. Ask Bellerophon. He was a proper hero. Tamer of Pegasus, slayer of the Chimera. A man favoured by the gods. And then one day he decided to fly Pegasus up to Olympus. Not to conquer, just to visit. It did not go well. Zeus sent a gadfly to sting the horse. Bellerophon fell. Survived, technically, but was crippled, blind, and lived out his days wandering alone, hated by gods and men alike. Because the one thing a mortal must never do is try to sit at the table of the divine. That's not to say heroism wasn't admired. The Greeks celebrated it in song and sculpture. But there was always a sense of danger about it. A sense that to rise too high was to invite the fall. And nowhere is that clearer than in the story of Ajax. A giant among men. A warrior of unmatched strength and courage. After Achilles' death, his armour was to be awarded to the next greatest Greek. Ajax expected it. Odysseus received it. Humiliated, maddened, Ajax plotted revenge. But Athena clouded his mind. He slaughtered livestock, thinking they were his comrades. When he came to his senses, grief-stricken and dishonoured, he fell on his own sword. No enemy defeated him. Only shame. It's important to understand how the Greeks viewed glory, kleos, as they called it. It was not just fame, it was the legacy of your deeds. What would be remembered after you were gone? What poets would sing? What statues would show? And because the afterlife was, frankly, rather dismal, grey fields, wandering shades, no wine to speak of, kleos was the only immortality that mattered. To be forgotten was worse than death. And so heroes chased danger, risked everything. They weren't reckless because they were foolish. They were desperate for meaning, for memory, for a life that would echo. And yet, there's a quiet sadness to it all. Odysseus, for instance, won the war at Troy through cunning. The Trojan horse was his idea, and after the war, he spent 10 years trying to get home, battling storms, monsters, temptations, all because he had once boasted that his triumphs were his own, and Poseidon took that very personally. Even when he reached Ithaca at last, his troubles weren't over. He had to slaughter a house full of suitors, rebuild trust with his wife, reassert his kingship. It was never over. Not really. Because in Greek myth, the hero never gets to rest. And when they do, it often means they're dead. Even the great Perseus, who slew Medusa and rescued Andromeda, ends not in triumph, but in obscurity. His victories made him famous, yes, but he fades from the story, settles down, vanishes from the epic stage. Glory, it seems, has an expiration date. The women of mythology, too, had their share of heroic suffering. Though less often sung by bards, their stories are no less seared by pain. Atalanta, for example, swiftest of runners, deadliest of hunters. She swore never to marry unless beaten in a foot race. Many tried, all failed. Until one man, Hippomenes, used golden apples from Aphrodite to distract her. He won, they married, and then caught in a moment of passion, they made love in a sacred temple. The gods, of course, were not amused. They were turned into lions, forever circling, never resting. So many Greek heroes ended up transformed, not exalted but altered, humbled, made into animals or stars or flowers, their stories twisted by divine hands into reminders for the rest of us. Be brave, yes, but not too brave. Be famous, yes, but not too proud. Live brightly, but do not outshine the gods. Even those who served the gods directly could not count on safety. Asclepius, son of Apollo, became so skilled in healing that he learned to raise the dead. A noble calling, perhaps, but one that annoyed Hades. Death was, after all, part of the cosmic order. So Zeus killed him with a thunderbolt. Apollo retaliated by killing the Cyclopes who made the bolt. In turn, Zeus banished Apollo to serve as a mortal shepherd, a cascade of punishment. Even the divine could be demoted, the heroic undone. And yet, despite all this, the danger, the madness, the inevitable fall, mortals still aspired to be heroes. They volunteered for quests, they prayed for signs, they followed omens into forests full of fangs and fire, because obscurity was worse, cowardice unthinkable, a quiet life almost shameful. The Greeks didn't want safe stories. They wanted ones worth telling. And so, over and over, mortals gave themselves to the gods and the monsters and the wars and the wounds. Not for peace, but for song. The bards remembered them. We remember them. They were chewed up by myth, yes, but they were not forgotten. They were heroic. And they were disposable. But perhaps, just perhaps, they knew that going in. Love, they say, makes the world go round. But in Greek mythology, it more often sends it spinning wildly off course than straight into a ditch. Because in the world of gods and mortals, love wasn't the soft, rose-petalled notion we like to imagine today. It was far more treacherous, a force of nature, or worse, a divine weapon. It could bless, yes, but more often it ruined. And for mortals, falling in love, or worse, being loved by a god, was one of the most dangerous things that could possibly happen. Let's begin with a cautionary tale, one of the most beautiful, Pygmalion, a sculptor from Cyprus, gifted and solitary. He carved a statue of a woman, not just beautiful, but perfect. So perfect, in fact, that he fell in love with her, whispered to her, brought her gifts, dressed her in fine robes. A little odd, perhaps, but harmless enough. Then he went to the temple of Aphrodite and asked gently, reverently, for a bride like the statue. The goddess, amused or perhaps flattered, answered. The statue came to life. A happy ending, one might think. But look closer. Pygmalion didn't fall in love with a woman. He created one. She had no past, no family, no memories. She existed only to please him. The Greeks didn't bother to give her a name until Roman poets did centuries later. Love, in this case, was not a relationship. It was possession, dressed in poetry. But far more often, love in myth wasn't about creation. It was about punishment. Take Narcissus. A young man so stunning that people fell in love with him on sight. But he showed no interest, no affection, no kindness. One rejected soul prayed to the gods for vengeance, and they delivered it. Narcissus came to a still pool, saw his own reflection, fell in love. Unable to touch the image, unable to look away, he withered, died, and where he fell a flower grew, delicate, pale, always bowing toward the water. The Greeks knew what we now call toxic self-regard, but they turned it into a myth, a warning, softly blooming by the riverbank. Then there's poor Echo, a nymph who talked too much. By some accounts, she used to distract Hera, while Zeus conducted his usual affairs. When Hera discovered the trick, she cursed Echo so she could only repeat what others said. She met Narcissus, loved him silently, helplessly, repeated his words back to him like a plea, and when he spurned her, she faded, only her voice remained. Love, in Greek mythology, was not a gentle bond between equals. It was more often a trap. Consider Orpheus and Eurydice. A poet, a lyre player, a man whose music could charm birds from trees and tears from stone. When Eurydice died, bitten by a serpent on their wedding day, Orpheus did what no mortal had dared. He went to the underworld to fetch her back. He played, he pleaded, and for once the gods listened. They let her go, on one condition: he must not look back at her until they reached the upper world. He agreed, walked ahead, listened to her footsteps behind, but doubt crept in. What if she wasn't there? What if they'd tricked him? He turned, and in that instant Eurydice was gone again, this time forever. He lived on, played on, until in one version he was torn apart by Maenads, wild women of Dionysus, because he would no longer love anyone but his lost bride. Even when the love was mutual, the story rarely ended well. Take Phaedra and Hippolytus. He was handsome, chaste, devoted to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and of purity. His stepmother, Phaedra, was cursed by Aphrodite to fall in love with him, an impossible, shameful desire. She fought it, hid it, but eventually confessed. And when he rejected her, she took her own life, leaving a note claiming he had assaulted her. Theseus, his father, cursed him. Poseidon sent a sea monster. Hippolytus died, dragged by his chariot horses along the rocks. Aphrodite and Artemis, the goddesses who stood behind the drama, ended the tale by mourning their respective champions. Love, once again, proved fatal. And of course, there's the story of Paris and Helen. He was a Trojan prince. She, the most beautiful woman in the world, and very much married. Paris awarded a golden apple to Aphrodite in a divine beauty contest, and she gave him Helen in return. It was not a gentle elopement. It was an abduction, or perhaps a seduction, depending on which version you read. But either way, it was enough to launch 1,000 ships. The Trojan War followed. 10 years of slaughter, cities burned, heroes died. All for one woman and one ill-advised divine bribe. To love in myth was to gamble. To be loved, even more so, especially if the lover was a god. Zeus, of course, was the most infamous. He appeared to mortals as a bull, a swan, a shower of gold, an eagle, a cloud. Romantic, perhaps, if you ignore the implications. His lovers suffered. Semele was incinerated. Io was turned into a cow. Leda bore children who hatched from eggs. Europa was carried across the sea. Danae conceived Perseus in a locked chamber. And Callisto, after being seduced or assaulted, depending on the version, was turned into a bear. Her son nearly killed her. The gods finally placed them in the stars, Ursa Major and Minor. A consolation prize, if ever there was one. Aphrodite herself was no gentler. When she fell in love with the mortal Anchises, she warned him not to tell anyone. He did, bragged about it, and was struck by lightning, or made lame, or blinded. The myths vary, but the moral does not. Even being loved by a goddess could ruin you. There's a strange logic to all of this. Love, in the Greek imagination, wasn't controllable. It wasn't rational. It was divine madness. Eros. Not the soft affection of Odin romance, but a kind of possession. When you were in love, you were no longer yourself. And that, in a society that prized moderation, dignity, and restraint, was deeply unsettling. The god Eros, or Cupid, as the Romans later called him, was not a cherub. He was a force, a spark of chaos. To be struck by his arrows was to lose your will, your reason, your control. And mortals, bound as they were by duty and fate, could not afford to lose control. Even in history, this theme persisted. The Greeks saw love as something that could be both civilizing and destructive. Marriage was a social contract, important, yes, sacred even, but passion, eros, was something else. Dangerous, powerful, not to be trusted. In their dramas, love leads to downfall. In their temples, it's a force to be worshipped carefully. And in their myths, it is almost always tragic. Psyche, a mortal princess, was so beautiful that people stopped worshipping Aphrodite. The goddess, furious, sent Eros to make her fall in love with a monster. But Eros fell in love with her himself. He visited her at night in darkness, never revealing his face. She was forbidden to look. Of course she did. He fled. She wandered the earth, performing impossible tasks to win him back. Eventually they were reunited. She was made immortal. One of the rare happy endings, but only after a great deal of divine humiliation, grief, and symbolic death. So why, one might ask, did the Greeks keep telling these stories? Because love, to them, was never safe, but it was always real. It was the crack in the armour, the madness in the king, the pull between mortal and divine. They feared it, revered it, wrapped it in myth so they might understand it, or at least contain it. And perhaps that's why love remains so compelling in their stories. Not because it leads to joy, but because it leads somewhere. Downward, inward, forward, into ruin, into glory, into madness. For the mortal caught in the grip of love, there was no map, no safe path. Only the hope that the gods would look away just this once. But they rarely did. Because for them, love was a tool, a game, and for mortals, it was a trap. You'd think, after everything, the curses, the monsters, the heartbreak, and the gods with personal vendettas, that mortals in Greek mythology might be rewarded with something a little gentler after death. A nice rest, a sun-dappled meadow, perhaps a reunion with loved ones and a bit of harp music in the background. But no, because in Greek mythology, death wasn't the end of suffering. It was the beginning of something far more bureaucratic. The afterlife was not heaven. It was not hell. It was mostly grey. And if you were a mortal, even a decent one, the best you could usually hope for after dying was to become a mildly confused shade, wandering aimlessly across a dull plain for eternity, without sunlight, identity, or purpose. Welcome to the Asphodel Meadows. This was the Greek default. Not a place of torture, not exactly, but neither was it comforting. It was bland, unchanging, a sort of cosmic waiting room, where the dead drifted about like leaves in a windless forest, remembering less and less as the centuries rolled by. You weren't punished, you simply were. And if that sounds bleak, well, it was. But let's back up a little. Let's talk logistics. When a person died, their soul, the psyche, separated from the body and made its way to the underworld, guided by Hermes, who handled, among other things, the delivery of souls. One imagines him like a sort of mythological courier, stylish and swift, if perhaps a bit impersonal. The soul would arrive at the banks of the river Styx, where Charon, the grim-faced ferryman, awaited with his boat. Payment was expected, usually an obol, a coin placed under the tongue or on the eyes of the deceased at burial. Those without proper burial, or without the coin, were doomed to wander the shore for 100 years, voiceless and unable to cross. A chilling thought, really. The journey to the afterlife could be delayed simply by a careless undertaker. Once ferried across the river, assuming everything went smoothly, the soul would enter the realm of Hades. Not the god himself, though he was there too, in a distant, shadowy palace, but the place, the underworld, guarded by Cerberus, the three-headed hound who let you in, but most certainly not out. And here your fate was decided. But not by gods, not usually. The Greek afterlife had a staff, 3 judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, mortals once, but now the eternal arbiters of the dead. They examined your life, your deeds, your crimes, your sacrifices, and based on this celestial audit, you were sorted. If you were truly vile, a betrayer, a murderer, a blasphemer of extraordinary talent, you might be sent to Tartarus. Not just a deep pit, but the pit. A vast abyss of torment, located even below Hades itself. Here, the worst offenders endured punishments designed not just for pain, but for poetic symmetry. Tantalus, who murdered his own son and served him to the gods, was made to stand forever in a pool of water beneath a fruit tree. But whenever he reached for the fruit or bent to drink, they slipped just out of reach. He was forever hungry, forever thirsty, forever tantalized. Sisyphus, who cheated death twice, once by tricking Thanatos, the spirit of death, and once by convincing his wife not to bury him, was condemned to roll a boulder uphill for all eternity. Each time it neared the summit, it rolled back down. The punishment wasn't just hard labour, it was the futility of effort, the endless repetition of hope undone. Then there was Ixion. He tried to seduce Hera, not a wise move. Zeus bound him to a flaming wheel that spins without end, an eternal reminder that some mortal ambitions were simply not worth the risk. But here's the thing, these were rare fates. Tartarus was not overcrowded. Most souls were not evil enough for torment, nor good enough for reward. Which brings us back to the Asphodel Meadows, the realm of the ordinary dead, the decent, the forgettable, the ones who paid their taxes, said their prayers, and didn't cause too much trouble. They simply drifted. And as the centuries passed, they forgot who they were. Forgotten by the living, unremarkable among the dead, they faded. Not erased. The Greeks didn't believe in annihilation, but reduced, diminished, present, but without sharpness. It wasn't punishment. It was entropy. But not all souls ended there. A fortunate few, heroes, the exceptionally just, or those favoured by the gods, were granted entry into the Elysian fields. Now this, finally, was something approaching reward, a land of endless spring, gentle breezes, music, feasts, athletic contests, if you fancied a bit of running after death, the elite of the afterlife. Achilles was there, though, in Homer's telling, he wasn't exactly thrilled about it. When Odysseus visits the underworld and speaks to Achilles, the great warrior says he would rather be a living servant to a poor man than a king among the dead, which rather dampens the appeal. Still, the Elysian fields offered peace, if not pleasure. And if you lived particularly well, or were reincarnated and lived well again, you might be allowed to stay there forever. A sort of celestial retirement plan for the morally consistent. The Greeks did, in time, entertain the idea of reincarnation. Plato, ever the philosopher, wrote of souls being judged, then choosing their next life based on the lessons learned. A philosopher might become a king. A tyrant, perhaps, a dung beetle. Your fate, in this telling, was shaped by what you valued. Wisdom led to clarity. Vanity led to repetition. It was not universal belief, more a philosophical add-on, but it showed that even the Greeks longed for some sense of justice beyond the grave, Still, for most, the underworld remained what it always had been, a place of silence. There was no divine light, no reward for faith. The gods of Olympus lived forever, but mortals, even beloved mortals, sank into shadow. Even the heroes who visited the underworld, Odysseus, Aeneas, Orpheus, came away changed, haunted. It was not a place you left without consequence. And mortals who tried to cheat death, well, they rarely succeeded. Orpheus, as we've seen, looked back too soon. Persephone, stolen by Hades, ate 6 seeds of a pomegranate and was bound to return each year. Even Heracles, who went to fetch Cerberus as one of his labours, barely escaped unscathed. Death, in Greek thought, was not evil. It was inevitable, unavoidable. It did not judge or weep or rage. It simply came. Thanatos, the spirit of death, was not cruel. He was quiet, pale, winged. He did not chase, he arrived. And when he did, your story ended. Or rather, it continued. Just without plot. The funeral rituals reflected this view. The Greeks took burial seriously. It wasn't about grief alone. It was necessity. To be unburied was to be trapped, restless, cut off. Even enemies were sometimes buried by their foes, simply to ensure their souls wouldn't linger. And libations, offerings poured into the earth, were common. Wine, milk, honey, olive oil. Not because the dead could drink them, but because it kept the bond intact. The living honoured the dead, and in doing so reminded themselves that their own journey would someday lead below. So they prayed, sacrificed, built tombs, whispered names. Not out of fear precisely, but out of duty. Because the afterlife, though quiet, was not entirely empty. And memory in the Greek imagination was the only thing that could truly outlive death. If no one remembered you, you faded. If they did, if they told your stories, visited your grave, spoke your name, you lingered. Dimly, softly, but still. And so the greatest fear was not fire or punishment. It was being forgotten. That's why heroes chased glory. Why poets wrote epics. Why names were carved into stone. Because even if the gods ignored you, even if fate consumed you, perhaps someone somewhere would remember. And in that memory you would remain. Just a little longer. Imagine, if you will, living every moment of your life with the unsettling feeling that someone is watching you. Not just someone, dozens of someones. From the sky, the sea, the forest, the hearth, the sun, the shadows. Some are interested in your offerings. Some are interested in your mistakes. And all of them have opinions. That was the world of a mortal in ancient Greece. The gods weren't distant. They didn't reside in some heavenly realm beyond the clouds, emerging only for cosmic events. No, they were everywhere, in every flame, breeze, groan of timber, rustle of olive leaf. They were always watching. And more troubling still, they were judging. They noticed everything. What you offered, what you said, what you didn't say, whether you were clean, whether you were honest, whether you looked the wrong direction during a festival, or sneezed at the wrong moment in a temple. They watched you because you mattered, and also because you didn't. The gods, after all, had a tendency to fixate on mortals the way children fixate on ants. Fascinated, occasionally kind, often cruel. Even if you weren't a hero or a villain, even if you were just a simple fisherman or potter or widow selling figs at the market, you still lived under their gaze. And that meant you were always one missed prayer away from misfortune. Take Actaeon, a perfectly decent young man, a hunter, a man fond of dogs and the quiet of the woods. One day, while wandering in the forest, he happened to stumble upon a glade. A soft breeze moved through the trees. Birds chirped, and there, bathing in a secluded pool, was Artemis, goddess of the hunt, the moon, and fiercely guarded chastity. He did not speak. He did not stare. He simply saw her. That was enough. She turned. Her eyes met his. And without a word, she transformed him into a stag. His own dogs, loyal, sharp-toothed, and now very confused, tore him to pieces. The message was clear. Innocence was not a defence. The gods were watching, and they did not take kindly to being seen. Then there's the story of Baucis and Philemon, a rare happy tale, but one with a sharp edge. Zeus and Hermes, disguised as poor travellers, wandered from door to door in a village, seeking shelter. House after house turned them away. Some mocked them, some slammed the door. Only one cottage opened, a humble home shared by an elderly couple. They had little, but they gave freely: bread, olives, wine, and kindness. And so the gods, having revealed themselves, rewarded them. They turned the rude neighbours' homes to ash, flooded the village. Baucis and Philemon were spared. Their cottage transformed into a temple. They were made priests, and when they died, they became two trees, intertwined forever. It's a sweet story, but behind the blessing is a darker truth. The gods were testing you, secretly, constantly, and you never knew when. It might be a beggar at your table, a stranger at the crossroads, a coin dropped on the road. Pass the test, and you might be honoured. Fail, and you might be turned into a tree, or a statue, or dust. There was no formal notice, no warning sign, no heavenly voice saying, "This is a test." You simply had to assume that the gods were watching, and that they were not easily impressed. Hospitality, Xenia, as it was known, was sacred. To mistreat a guest was to insult Zeus himself, who was said to protect strangers and wanderers, but the same went for offerings, for sacrifices, for public festivals. Everything had to be done properly. The right words, the right steps, the right incense. And if it wasn't, well, perhaps the crops would fail. Perhaps your ship would sink. Perhaps your firstborn would cough once, then never again. There was no divine memo, no official notification that you'd offended a god. You had to piece it together. Was it Hera? Was it Apollo? Was it because you poured the wine with your left hand? There's a kind of divine paranoia embedded in ancient Greek life. Not neurotic fear, exactly, but a constant awareness that every action had meaning, and every oversight might carry consequences. And with so many gods, Olympians, Titans, river gods, tree spirits, household deities, nymphs of spring and stream, the chances of accidentally offending one were, frankly, rather high. Even saying a god's name in the wrong context could cause trouble. The poet Hesiod warned of speaking ill of the gods after dark. Night was sacred. Silence was better. Safer. And yet, silence too could be dangerous. Because what if the gods expected thanks? Or tribute? Or song? And so, mortals lived in a kind of delicate balancing act, speaking just enough, offering just enough, fearing just enough. Too much reverence, and you might seem insincere. Too little, and you'd seem ungrateful. It was a kind of cosmic etiquette. And the gods, like all finicky dinner guests, paid very close attention to manners. Then there were the temples. Grand, beautiful spaces of marble and gold and flickering flame. But also homes, the gods' homes. And like any guest, you had to behave. You had to wash, to dress properly, to bring gifts, and above all, to mean it. Because the gods weren't just watching your actions, they were watching your heart. Piety was not a checklist, it was a posture of being, and mortals were expected to hold that posture forever. Even the festivals, which could be joyful, were serious business. The Dionysia, for example, with its theatre and wine and revelry, wasn't just a party, it was a religious act. If you laughed too much at the wrong play, or didn't laugh at all, it could be seen as an insult. Your enjoyment, your laughter, your participation, all part of the offering. Even at weddings and funerals, the gods were present, watching, judging. Did the bride offer properly to Hera? Was Hermes honoured for guiding the dead? Were the laments sung loudly enough? Did the family remember to purify the house afterwards? Every detail mattered, because in Greek mythology, the gods did not need your affection, but they demanded your respect, and they were always ready to correct you. Sometimes the judgment came quietly. A sudden illness, a failed harvest, a fishless season. Other times it came dramatically. A storm at sea, a madness in the family, a voice in the night, and once in a while it came with lightning, because Zeus did love a good thunderbolt. Even historians of the time, like Herodotus, recorded events with divine judgment in mind. A king fell. Clearly he'd offended the gods. A city burned. Someone must have grown too proud. There was always a moral to the misfortune, always a finger pointing skyward. And so people told stories, remembered missteps, warned children, left small offerings on windowsills, whispered apologies to trees, sprinkled libations into the earth, just in case. Because when the gods were angry, they might destroy you. But when they were merely curious, that could be worse. Curiosity led to tests, to games, to strange dreams and stranger omens, to impossible choices with no right answer, and still mortals played along. They told their myths, built their temples, painted their pots with stories of judgment and justice and divine caprice, not because they loved their gods, but because they understood them. The gods were like storms, beautiful, unpredictable, necessary, and so long as you honoured them, or at least tried to, perhaps they'd pass over your house without striking. Perhaps, but there were no guarantees, because the gods were watching, and they were always judging. There is a unique kind of cruelty in knowing your fate, and being utterly powerless to change it. That, in essence, was the Greek prophecy. Not a warning to be avoided, not a guide to be followed, but a sentence spoken aloud. In mythology, prophecies weren't meant to help you. They were meant to trap you. They didn't just tell the future. They ensured it would happen. Even the act of trying to escape a prophecy was, more often than not, the very thing that fulfilled it. For mortals, this was particularly agonizing, because the gods might tell you what was coming, but they would never, under any circumstance, explain how to survive it. Take, for example, the most famous case of all, Oedipus, a prince born in Thebes. A child prophesied to kill his father and marry his mother. His parents, understandably horrified, tried to kill him, a standard reaction in mythology. They pierced his ankles, tied him up, and left him on a mountain to die. But fate is rather good at navigating mountains. A shepherd found him, raised him far away in Corinth, unaware of his true origins. And one day, when Oedipus himself heard the prophecy, he did what seemed logical. He ran, fled Corinth, determined never to return, so he might avoid killing his father. On the road, he quarrelled with a stranger. the kind of heated, masculine misunderstanding one expects at a crossroads. He killed a man. Later he arrived in Thebes, saved the city from the Sphinx, married the queen, and slowly, terribly, the truth emerged. The man he'd killed, his real father, the queen, his mother. The prophecy had come true. Not because he ignored it, but because he tried to stop it. That, you see, is how Greek prophecy works. It does not lie, but it never helps. It tells you what, never how, and certainly never why. Even heroes were not exempt. Take Perseus. The prophecy said he would kill his grandfather, Achilles. So Achilles, naturally, locked his daughter, Danae, in a bronze chamber to prevent her from ever having children. Zeus, always up for a challenge, entered the chamber anyway, as a shower of gold. Mythology is full of these sorts of unorthodox relationships. Perseus was born, sent away, grew up, became a hero. Years later, at some friendly games, he threw a discus. A stray wind, a bad bounce. The discus flew into the crowd and struck his grandfather dead. Prophecy fulfilled. No malice, no design. Just fate, doing what fate does. Then there's Croesus, the famously wealthy king of Lydia. Before waging war against the Persians, he consulted the oracle at Delphi, as one did. The oracle told him, if you cross the river, a great empire will fall. Croesus, confident, charged into battle, and he lost. The empire that fell was his own. The message was accurate, just not in the way he'd hoped. The Greeks understood this paradox. They didn't see fate as a riddle to be solved, but as a thread to be followed, whether you liked it or not. The Moirai, the Fates, were three ancient goddesses who governed every mortal's life. Clotho spun the thread. Lachesis measured it. Atropos cut it. Even the gods respected them. Even Zeus. Because fate was older than Olympus, older than time. And the oracles, those haunted priestesses who spoke the will of Apollo, were not inventing their words, they were merely translating. The most famous oracle, of course, was the Pythia at Delphi. She sat on a tripod over a chasm in the temple floor, inhaling vapours, probably from naturally occurring gases, and spoke in riddles. Kings consulted her before wars, generals before campaigns, farmers before planting, and she would answer, but always vaguely. Always with just enough ambiguity to keep things interesting. Ask how long you'll live, and she might say, when the eagle leaves its nest, so too shall your flame go out. Ask if your son will return from battle, and she might reply, he will bring glory to your name, though not your house. Technically true, practically useless. It wasn't that the gods enjoyed confusing mortals. Well, actually, they did enjoy it a little. But prophecy for them was more like theatre, a carefully written script where mortals played their roles, and no one, not even the protagonist, could skip a line. This made life rather tense for those who were prophesied about. Take Paris of Troy. At his birth, a prophecy warned he would bring about the destruction of his city, so he was abandoned on a hillside, a recurring theme. But of course he survived, grew up, became handsome, charming, rather fond of judging divine beauty contests. One golden apple, one seduction of Helen, 1 10-year war later, prophecy fulfilled. Troy burned, all because a baby was fated to cause ruin, and because mortals, in trying to prevent it, made it inevitable. It's tempting to think of prophecy as a trap, but the Greeks didn't quite see it that way. They saw it as Moira, your portion, your lot. Something not to be escaped, but to be understood. In fact, the truly tragic characters weren't the ones who tried to defy fate. They were the ones who never learned what it was. Take Agamemnon. He returned home from Troy, victorious, proud, utterly unaware that his wife Clytemnestra planned to murder him in his bath. There was no prophecy warning him, no divine whisper, just the slow march of consequences for a war he started, a daughter he sacrificed, a kingdom he neglected. In a way, the silence was worse than the omen. At least when the gods speak, you know what's coming. But prophecy wasn't just a tool of tragedy. Sometimes it was a mechanism for power. Kings claimed divine approval through oracles. Founders of colonies sought signs. Even Socrates, the philosopher, was famously told by the oracle at Delphi that no man was wiser than he. He spent the rest of his life trying to prove it wrong, and, in doing so, proved it right. That was the great irony of Greek prophecy. It revealed truth not by clarifying, but by challenging. You understood it only after it happened. Only after the bodies were counted. The temples burned, the throne vacant. Only then did someone somewhere say, "Ah, so that's what it meant." And so mortals learned to live with uncertainty. They consulted oracles, yes, but they also built contingency plans. They made sacrifices, read omens in bird flight, burned bones and studied the cracks. A priestess might interpret the bleating of a goat. A general might base a military decision on the way a chicken pecked at grain. If that sounds ridiculous, remember, they weren't looking for certainty. They were looking for alignment, a sense that their actions fit the will of fate. Because if the gods approved, or seemed to, perhaps things would go well. And if they didn't, at least the disaster would be dignified. Even mythology's cleverest mortals, Odysseus for instance, never outwitted prophecy. They navigated it, delayed it, danced around its edges. But the thread was always waiting to be cut, and no one, not even the tricksters, escaped in the end. There is something terribly human in this. To long for knowledge, to receive it in part, and to realize that knowledge alone does not grant control. To know that the future is written, and still to hope that maybe, just maybe, it isn't written in ink. Some mortals went mad from prophecy. Cassandra, of course, saw everything, and could change nothing. Others, like Laius and Jocasta, acted decisively, boldly, and made things worse. And a few simply walked forward, like Achilles. He knew his fate, knew he would die young, knew his name would live on, while his life would be cut short. And he chose it. That's the strange mercy of prophecy. It tells you the end, but it never tells you what kind of person you'll be when you meet it. And so, in the space between the knowing and the arriving, mortals lived, loved, fought, failed, sang, died, and somewhere, far above or deep within, the gods watched and smiled. Because prophecy, after all, was not just a sentence. It was a story. And mortals, they played their parts beautifully. If you were a mortal in ancient Greece, you likely accepted a few basic truths. The gods were powerful. Fate was inevitable. Monsters existed. And somewhere, somehow, the end of the world was coming. Or at least, the end of your world. Because in Greek mythology, when things went wrong, truly wrong, it was never the gods who paid the price. It was the mortals. They suffered first, and they suffered most. You could be a farmer planting barley, or a sailor watching the coast fade, or a mother brushing olive oil onto her child's hair. And, without warning, the gods could decide that your city, your field, your life was finished. Not from malice necessarily, sometimes from boredom, sometimes as a warning to others, sometimes as the side effect of a squabble between two immortals about who forgot the libation last festival. The reasons didn't matter much. The consequences always did. Let's begin then with the flood. Not Noah's, but Deucalion's. The Greek version. You see, once upon a time, humans had become, in Zeus's eyes, a bit unruly, loud, ungrateful. Too many festivals gone unobserved. Too many sacrifices skimped. The gods had given them fire, taught them farming, let them name the stars. And how did they repay it? By being irritating. So Zeus, rather characteristically, decided to wipe them out. He unleashed a great flood, a deluge that covered the earth. Temples sank, herds drowned, cities vanished beneath the waves. Only two mortals survived, Deucalion and his wife, Pyrrha. Not because they were particularly strong or cunning or rich, but because they were pious. Zeus gave them a warning. They built a chest, not a grand ship, just a watertight box. They floated as the world drowned, and when the waters receded, they stepped onto a barren, empty world, alone, alive, exhausted. To repopulate the earth, they were told to throw the bones of their mother behind them. A riddle, naturally. They realized this meant the stones of Gaia, the earth. As they threw the stones, they transformed into people. The new human race. Stone-born. Hardy. No longer made of gold or silver or bronze, as earlier mythic races had been, but of rock, tough, durable, slightly miserable. The flood myth wasn't unique to Greece, but its moral was telling. When the world ends, the gods start over. But the mortals, they have to rebuild. From nothing. With no help. Then there's the tale of Pandora. Ah, Pandora. The first woman, crafted by Hephaestus. Blessed by the gods with beauty, grace and curiosity. And gifted a jar. Or, as it's more famously mistranslated, a box. She was told not to open it. Naturally she did. And from it poured every sorrow known to humankind. Disease, famine, war, grief, madness, aging. All the things the golden race had never known. Hope fluttered out last. Whether as comfort or cruel joke depends on how you read it. But the point is clear. The gods gave mortals the tools of suffering, sometimes directly, sometimes wrapped in something lovely. Pandora wasn't evil. She wasn't even malicious. She was simply human. And the punishment, as always, fell on everyone else. Even Prometheus, who loved mortals and gave them fire, was punished. Chained to a rock, liver devoured daily by an eagle. Not because he had destroyed anything, but because he had helped. Helping mortals, it seemed, was a serious offence. And yet mortals kept living. Kept working, worshipping, hoping. Perhaps because hope had slipped out of the jar too. But the gods didn't need an apocalypse to end a world. Sometimes they simply turned away. Demeter, for instance. When her daughter Persephone was taken by Hades into the underworld, Demeter, goddess of the harvest, wandered the earth in mourning. Crops failed. Famine spread. The green world turned brown. Mortals starved, not because they sinned, but because a mother grieved. Eventually, a compromise was struck. Persephone would spend part of the year above, part below. And so came the seasons. Spring and summer, when the daughter returns. Autumn and winter, when she descends. It's a beautiful myth, but one built on the bones of the hungry. Even in their sadness, the gods had consequences. Then there were wars. The Trojan War wasn't just a clash of men and swords. It was divine theatre. Aphrodite gave Helen to Paris. Hera and Athena snubbed, supported the Greeks. Zeus watched, occasionally amused, occasionally bored, and as the gods chose sides, mortals died. Achilles, Hector, Patroclus, Ajax, thousands unnamed. A city fell, a king lost his homecoming, a queen plotted her revenge. And why? Because a mortal judged a divine beauty contest. One poor choice, one golden apple, one compliment tossed to the wrong immortal. And the world burned. The gods in their way were always reenacting creation and destruction. Every war was a mini-apocalypse. Every slight a chance to unravel everything. Mortals weren't consulted. They were simply caught in the blast radius. Even love could end the world. Ask Semele. She was a mortal woman, seduced by Zeus. Hera, jealous, tricked her into asking Zeus to reveal his true form. He did. She was vaporized by divine radiance. Her unborn child, Dionysus, was saved, sewn into Zeus's thigh, because myths are rarely tidy. Semele's death wasn't malicious. It was technical. She wasn't built to see a god bear his power. Mortals never are. Then there's the madness. The gods could break a mortal mind as easily as snapping a reed. Take Heracles, the greatest hero, strongest of men. Driven mad by Hera, he slaughtered his wife and children. The world ended in that moment for him. And though he atoned, though he performed 12 impossible labours and was eventually made a god himself, the cost was unbearable. For the mortals in his story there was no redemption arc, only blood, only silence. The Greek worldview was not without hope, but it was shaped by resignation. Mortals lived in a world that was not built for them. They lived on borrowed land, under borrowed sky, at the mercy of beings who did not always know or care what their actions cost. And when the gods lost interest, well, then things got truly dangerous. A neglected ritual, a missed omen, a slighted shrine. Any of these could lead to plagues, storms, madness, crop failure. The gods didn't need to rage. They simply had to stop listening. The end of a mortal world wasn't a fiery conclusion. It was silence from Olympus. And still, they prayed. To Athena for wisdom, to Apollo for healing, to Artemis for safety in childbirth. They sang the hymns, burned the fat, poured the wine. Not because they were certain it would help, but because they feared what happened when no one did. Mortals learn to live with endings. Small ones, personal ones, city walls collapsing, loved ones turning to shadows, heroes vanishing into smoke. They accepted that time was not kind, that history was not fair, that the gods had other priorities. But they told their stories, preserved the myths, painted the jars, built the temples, because telling the story in the end was all the power they had, to name the suffering, to place it in context, to turn the chaos into something resembling sense. So when the world ended, as it often did, in pieces, at least it could be remembered, sung, shared. Even the end, the Greeks knew, could be made beautiful, if only in hindsight. And that, perhaps, was the only comfort a mortal could rely on. The gods would do what they pleased. But the mortals? They would make meaning of it. They would gather the ashes and write it down.